Yeah, that was tough, yeah, because that happened at the 9:35 hour. Got it. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ronald.
Good morning.
Good morning, Quentin. Good morning, Keith.
Morning.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:35, 9:36 right now. We're going to go ahead and get started. Yesterday, we didn't have a trade to be able to show you. Hopefully, that's not the case today, but we will look at it and see. Ronald, can you go ahead and give us the news for today, please?
Yeah, so today we had 7:30, we had a yellow folder, challenger job cuts. 8:15, we had a red folder, ADP, non-farm employment change. 8:30, we had a red folder, unemployment claims. 9:45, we have a yellow folder, final services PMI. 10:30, we have a yellow folder, natural gas storage, and 11 a.m. a yellow folder, crude oil inventory.
All right, so caps off today at 11 o'clock with the crude oil inventories at 11. That's the last one, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to sit here. I'm going to ask y'all some questions, and I want you to think about this. When trading, when stuff is not lining up the way you want to see it, are you disciplined enough to wait on what you want to see? That's question one. Question two is, when you're disciplined, if you're disciplined enough to wait until you want to see it and it takes a while, do you then have the energy to go in full tilt on your position? Something to think about, because that's what's happening in the first couple of days for us this year. We're having to wait on our setup, but it's not happening exactly how we want to see it. So we're having to be patient and wait on it. So with that said, we'll just watch it right now. The market is down. So let me give you this big view, because we don't have anything that's going to happen anytime soon. So we'll go ahead and go from our quarterly on down. Let me make this a quarterly chart. And then we'll come back to the monthly. I keep saying this. I'm neutral bias. I'm neutral to bullish long term, because we do have a bullish outside bar on a quarterly chart, which is extremely bullish. And right now we're just forming an inside bar on right now the first 4 days of the first quarter. So you really should be bullish on this, but neutral to bullish from a long-term perspective. Okay. Then if we go to the monthly chart, we can see where we have a downtrend and a correction. Hasn't broken the high. Let me give you the neutral part of my bias. If price comes down without breaking the highs and drops about 1,900, 2,000 points, we will probably start to head into a mild recession to start, and have to see how things go from there. That's my neutral bias, but again, she's nearing the high, so we don't know exactly which way she's going to go right now. And in my opinion, you should be very, very careful, and you should be pretty much on the sidelines if you're not already in this market to the long side. Just my opinion. And then let's go ahead and look at we don't change that. Let's just go ahead and look at the weekly. Weekly's in a definitive uptrend, if I'm not mistaken. It is, with the pullback. So weekly's in a definitive uptrend after a correction. It corrected here. And now it's heading back up here. There you go. And then the daily, I've been talking about this for 4 days, is literally hitting off of a resistance zone. And that resistance zone held temporarily. So we don't know, we don't know exactly if it will continue to hold or not, but that's what we have there. And now we get to our intraday trading to see what we can find. And that is all we have at the present moment, ladies and gentlemen. You do have a situation. This thing looks like it's trying to push up. There's no guarantee she's going to push up, though. Let me check here. Oh, that 300 is way too. There you go. So now, hmm. So now just wait. We're in wait and see mode. So I'll queue up a book. What do y'all want to listen to today while we wait? Does anybody have any requests?
Oh, no, I mean, I guess go ahead.
You got the science of getting rich.
You got the signs of getting rich. I can do that. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Tell me what you guys see on my computer screen right now.
Yeah, see the charts.
Okay, cool. All right. So I just want to make sure before I start looking for the science of getting rich. That is the request of the day. Um,
And if you need me to, I got it queued up.
well, watch this. Cool. When if you got it queued up, then that means I don't have to go through that process. Cool. Queue it up. Queue it
All
up.
right.
All right.
To secure this harmonious relation is a matter of such primary and vital importance that I shall give it some space to its discussion here.
Can you start it from
And
the
give
beginning,
you
Quentin?
instructions which,
Yeah.
if you will.
In fact, I'll go to chapter 1. That was chapter 8.
And before you queue it up, let me just say this, everybody. I'm not even looking to take a trade unless red and red and green are lined up on the 880-100. So if that's not in sync, I'm not even looking for a trade. So just keep that in mind. So let's go.
Gildan Media proudly presents Gildan Seminars, original lectures containing essential information that can be applied to every facet of life and business. Gildan Media presents Science of Getting Rich, a seminar by Dennis Waitley.
Hello, I'm Rhonda Byrne, creator and executive producer of The Secret. I am delighted to introduce you to a masterpiece of a book that has had an indelible impact on my life. In fact, this book changed my life, and it has changed the lives of thousands of others who have discovered it over the past decades. The Science of Getting Rich is the treasured classic on financial success through creative thought, and it was written by Wallace D. Wattles almost 100 years ago. Many of the principles in this book are also core concepts in The Secret. And I believe if you will listen to these brilliant insights and internalize them, you most certainly will become rich in every aspect of your life. This audiobook presentation is narrated by Dr. Dennis Waitley, a good friend and perhaps the most listened to voice on individual and team excellence. He is the author of 15 non-fiction books, including global bestsellers, The Seeds of Greatness, The Winner's Edge, and Being the Best. His audio album, The Psychology of Winning, is the all-time best-selling program on personal mastery. And so here now is Dennis Waitley on the science of getting rich.
Hello, I'm Dennis Waitley. When Rhonda Byrne, the creative genius behind the multimedia program sweeping the world of self-development and enlightenment, first introduced me to the principles contained in The Secret, I was immediately enthralled and attracted. Here was a body of work containing timeless wisdom of the ages, combined with timely research into high-performance human behavior. Throughout my 40-year career, I had tested, embraced, and internalized many of the core foundations presented in The Secret. As an avid reader since early childhood, I honed my own wisdom about personal fulfillment from the scriptures, including the Old and New Testament, and the writings of other great religions of the world. Some of my favorite books in my library, in addition to the poetry of Tennyson, Wordsworth, Longfellow, and Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Amy Lowell, and the essays of Emerson, include As a Man Thinketh by James Allen, The Richest Man in Babylon by Richard Clayson, Gifts of the Sea by Anne Morrow Lindbergh, Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, Acres of Diamonds by Russell Conwell, Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, The Greatest Salesman in the World by Og Mandino, and Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. My interest in the spoken word was initiated by an individual who became my primary audio mentor and personal coach, Earl Nightingale. What many people today don't realize is that Earl Nightingale's single recording of his program, The Strangest Secret, has been the only platinum record of an artist speaking in the history of the recording industry. What is the strangest secret, according to Earl Nightingale? It's simple and profound. The strangest secret is we become what we think about most of the time. I discovered that secret for myself, and I was fortunate to have been discovered by Earl Nightingale. He launched my speaking and writing career. And one of Earl's favorite books is the one that I'll be sharing with you now. I trust it will have as much of an impact on you as it did on Earl Nightingale, Rhonda Byrne, the author and creator of the new phenomenon, The Secret, and me. It was written about a century ago, and as antiquated as some of the examples and illustrations may appear, the essence is as relevant today as it was the day Wallace D. Wattles penned the masterpiece that you're about to experience. The Science of Getting Rich. Chapter 1, The Right to be Rich. Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich. We cannot rise to our greatest possible height in talent or soul development unless we have plenty of money. For to unfold the soul and develop talent, we must have many things to use, and we cannot have these things unless we have money to buy them with. We develop in mind, soul, and body by making use of things, and society is so organized that we must have money in order to become the possessor of things. Therefore, the basis of all advancement for men and women must be the science of getting rich. The object of all life is development, and everything that lives has an inalienable right to all the development it is capable of attaining. Our right to life means our right to have the free and unrestricted use of all the things which may be necessary to our fullest mental, spiritual, and physical unfoldment, or in other words, our right to be rich. In this book, we'll not speak of riches in a figurative way. To be really rich does not mean to be satisfied or contented with a little. No man or woman ought to be satisfied with a little if he or she is capable of using and enjoying more. The purpose of nature is the advancement and unfoldment of life, and every man and woman should have all that can contribute to the power, elegance, beauty, and richness of life. To be content with less is sinful. The individuals who own all they want for the living of all the life we're capable of living are rich. And those who don't have plenty of money can't have all they want. Life has advanced so far and become so complex that even the most ordinary man or woman requires a great amount of wealth in order to live in a manner that even approaches completeness. Every person naturally wants to become all that he or she is capable of becoming. This desire to realize innate possibilities is inherent in human nature. We cannot help wanting to be all that we can be. Success in life is becoming what you want to be. You can become what you want to be only by making use of things. And you can have the free use of things only as you become rich enough to buy them. To understand the science of getting rich is therefore the most essential of all knowledge. There's nothing wrong in wanting to get rich. The desire for riches is really the desire for a richer, fuller, and more abundant life. And that desire is praiseworthy. The people who do not desire to live more abundantly are abnormal. And so the people who do not desire to have money enough to buy all that they want are abnormal. There are three motives for which we live. We live for the body, we live for the mind, and we live for the soul. No one of these is better or holier than the other. All are alike, desirable, and no one of the three, body, mind, or soul, can live fully if either of the others is cut short of full life and expression. It is not right or noble to live only for the soul and deny mind and body. And it is wrong to live for the intellect and deny body or soul. We're all acquainted with the loathsome consequences of living for the body and denying both mind and soul. And we see that real life means the complete expression of all that we can give forth through body, mind, and soul. Whatever we can say, no one can be really happy or satisfied unless his or her body is living fully in every function, and unless the same is true of one's mind and soul. Wherever there is unexpressed possibility or function not performed, there is unsatisfied desire. Desire is possibility seeking expression, or function seeking performance. We cannot live fully in body without good food, comfortable clothing, and warm shelter, and without freedom from excessive toil. Rest and recreation are also necessary to our physical life. We cannot live fully in mind without books and time to study them, without opportunity for travel and observation, or without intellectual companionship. To live fully in mind, we must have intellectual recreation and must surround ourselves with all the objects of art and beauty that we're capable of using and appreciating. To live fully in soul, we must have love, and love is denied expression by poverty. Our highest happiness is found in the bestowal of the benefits of those we love. Love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. Those who have nothing to give cannot fulfill their place as a spouse or as a parent or as a citizen or as an individual. It is in the use of material things that we find full life for our bodies, develop our minds, and unfold our souls. It is therefore of supreme importance to us that we should be rich. It is perfectly right that you should desire to be rich. If you're a normal man or woman, you cannot help doing so. It is perfectly right that you should give your best attention to the science of getting rich, for it is the noblest and most necessary of all studies. If you neglect this study, you are derelict in your duty to yourself, to God, and humanity, for you can render to God and humanity no greater service than to make the most of yourself. Chapter 2. There is a science of getting rich. There is a science of getting rich, and it is an exact science, like algebra or arithmetic. There are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches. Once these laws are learned and obeyed by any man or woman, he or she will get rich with mathematical certainty. The ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. Those who do things in this certain way, whether on purpose or accidentally, get rich, while those who do not do things in this certain way, no matter how hard they work or how able they are, remain poor. It is a natural law that like causes always produce like effects, and therefore any man or woman who learns to do things in this certain way will infallibly get rich. That the above statement is true is shown by the following facts. Getting rich is not a matter of environment, for if it were, all the people in certain neighborhoods would become wealthy. The people of one city would all be rich, while those of other towns would all be poor. Or the inhabitants of one state would roll in wealth, while those of an adjoining state would be in poverty. But everywhere we see rich and poor living side by side, in the same environment, and often engaged in the same vocations. When two individuals are in the same locality and in the same business, and one gets rich while the other remains poor, it shows that getting rich is not primarily a matter of environment. Some environments may be more favorable than others, but when two people in the same business are in the same neighborhood and one gets rich while the other fails, it indicates that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. And further, the ability to do things in this certain way is not due solely to the possession of talent, for many people who have great talent remain poor, while others who have very little talent get rich. Studying the people who become rich, we find that they're an average lot in all respects, having no greater talents and abilities than the others. It is evident that they do not get rich because they possess talents and abilities that others have not, but because they happen to do things in a certain way. Getting rich is not the result of saving or thrift. Many very penurious people are poor, while free spenders often get rich. Nor is getting rich due to doing things which others fail to do, for two men in the same business often do almost exactly the same things, and one gets rich while the other remains poor or becomes bankrupt. From all these things, we must come to the conclusion that getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way. If getting rich is the result of doing things in a certain way, and if like causes always produce like results, then any man or woman who can do things in that way can become rich. And the whole matter is brought within the domain of exact science. The question arises here, whether this certain way may be so difficult that only a few may follow it. This cannot be true, as we have seen so far as natural ability is concerned. Talented people get rich and blockheads get rich. Intellectually brilliant people get rich and very stupid people get rich. Physically strong people get rich and weak and sickly people get rich. Some degree of ability to think and understand is of course essential. But insofar as natural ability is concerned, any man or woman who has sense enough to read and understand these words can certainly get rich. Also, we have seen that it is not a matter of environment. Location counts for something. One would not go to the heart of the Sahara and expect to do successful business. Getting rich involves the necessity of dealing with others and of being where there are people to deal with. And if these people are inclined to deal in the way you want to deal, so much the better. But that is about as far as environment goes. If anybody else in your town can get rich, so can you. And if anybody else in your state can get rich, so can you. Again, it's not a matter of choosing some particular business or profession. People get rich in every business and in every profession, while their next door neighbors in the same vocation remain in poverty. It is true that you will do best in a business that you like and which is congenial to you. And if you have certain talents which are well developed, you will do best in a business which calls for the exercise of those talents. Also, you will do best in a business which is suited to your locality. An ice cream parlor would do better in a warm climate than in Greenland, and a salmon fishery would succeed better in the Northwest than in Florida, where there are no salmon. But aside from these general limitations, getting rich is not dependent on your engaging in some particular business, but upon your learning to do certain things in a certain way. If you're now in business and anybody else in your locality is getting rich in the same business while you are not getting rich, it is because you are not doing things in the same way that the other person is doing them. No one is prevented from getting rich by lack of capital. True, as you get capital, the increase becomes more easy and rapid. But one who has capital is already rich and does not need to consider how to become so. No matter how poor you may be, if you begin to do things in a certain way, you'll begin to get rich and you'll begin to. The getting of capital is a part of the process of getting rich. And it is a part of the result, which invariably follows the doing of things in a certain way. You may be the poorest man on the continent and be deeply in debt. You may have neither friends, influence, nor resources. But if you begin to do things in this way, you must infallibly begin to get rich. For like causes must produce like effects. If you have no capital, you can get capital. If you're in the wrong business, you can get into the right business. If you're in the wrong location, you can go to the right location. And you can do so by beginning in your present business and in your present location to do things in a certain way, which causes success. Chapter 3, is opportunity monopolized? This is Dennis Waitley speaking as myself and not as Wallace D. Wattles, the author of the book. As you listen to this chapter, remember that he wrote this about a century ago when the railroads and the steel industries were thriving and we were moving toward a farming economy, and at a time when the aviation industry was in its infancy. Think about our new global economy as you listen, and about the internet and direct sales as the new global growth markets. Although his examples are outdated, his principles of thought are timeless and relevant. No man is kept poor because opportunity has been taken away from him, because other people have monopolized the wealth and have put a fence around it. You may be shut off from engaging in business in certain lines, but there are other channels open to you. Probably it would be hard for you to get control of any of the great railroad systems. That field is pretty well monopolized. But the electric railway business is still in its infancy and offers plenty of scope for enterprise. And it will be but a few years until traffic and transportation through the air will become a great industry, and in all its branches will give employment to hundreds of thousands and perhaps to millions of people. Why not turn your attention to the development of aerial transportation instead of competing with J.J. Hill and others for a chance in the steam railway world? It is quite true that if you're a workman in the employ of the Steel Trust, you'll have very little chance of becoming the owner of the plant in which you work. But it is also true that if you will commence to act in a certain way, you can soon leave the employ of the Steel Trust. You can buy a farm of from 10 to 40 acres and engage in business as a producer of foodstuffs. There is great opportunity at this time for men who will live upon small tracts of land and cultivate the same intensively. Such men will certainly get rich. You may say that it's impossible for you to get the land, but I'm going to prove to you that it's not impossible, and that you can certainly get a farm if you'll go to work in a certain way. At different periods, the tide of opportunity sets in different directions according to the needs of the whole and the particular stage of social evolution which has been reached. At present in America, it's setting toward agriculture and the allied industries and professions. Today, opportunity is open to the factory worker in his line. It is open to the businessman who supplies the farmer more than to the one who supplies the factory worker, and to the professional man who waits upon the farmer more than to the one who serves the working class. There is abundance of opportunity for the man or woman who will go with the tide instead of trying to swim against it. So the factory workers, either as individuals or as a class, are not deprived of opportunity. The workers are not being kept down by their masters. They are not being ground by the trust and combinations of capital. As a class, they are where they are because they do not do things in a certain way. If the workers of America chose to do so, they could follow the example of their brothers in Belgium and other countries and establish great department stores and cooperative industries. They could elect men of their own class to office and pass laws favoring the development of such cooperative industries. And in a few years, they could take peaceable possession of the industrial field. The working class may become the master class whenever they will begin to do things in a certain way. The law of wealth is the same for them as it is for all others. They must learn, and they will remain where they are as long as they continue to do as they do. The individual worker, however, is not held down by the ignorance of the mental slothfulness of his class. He can follow the tide of opportunity to riches, and this book will tell him how. No one is kept in poverty by a shortness in the supply of riches. There is more than enough for all. It's as large as the Capitol in Washington might be built for every family on earth from the building material in the United States alone. And under intensive cultivation, this country would produce wool, cotton, linen, and silk enough to clothe each person in the world finer than Solomon was arrayed in all his glory, together with food enough to feed them all luxuriously. The visible supply is practically inexhaustible, and the invisible supply really is inexhaustible. Everything you see on earth is made from one original substance, out of which all things proceed. New forms are constantly being made, and older ones are dissolving, but all are shapes assumed by one thing. There is no limit to the supply of formless stuff or original substance. The universe is made out of it, but it was not all used in making the universe. The spaces in, through, and between the forms of the visible universe are permeated and filled with the original substance, with the formless stuff, with the raw materials of all things. 10,000 times as much as has been made might still be made, and even then we should not have exhausted the supply of universal raw material. No one, therefore, is poor because nature is poor, or because there is not enough to go around. Nature is an inexhaustible storehouse of riches. The supply will never run short. Original substance is alive with creative energy and is constantly producing more forms. When the supply of building material is exhausted, more will be produced. When the soil is exhausted so that foodstuffs and materials for clothing will no longer grow upon it, it will be renewed or more soil will be made. When all the gold and silver has been dug from the earth, if we are still in such a stage of social development that we need gold and silver, more will be produced from the formless. The formless stuff responds to our needs. It will not let us be without any good thing. This is true of us collectively. The races as a whole are always abundantly rich, and if individuals are poor, it is because they do not follow the certain way of doing things, which makes the individual rich. The formless stuff is intelligent. It is stuff which thinks. It is alive and is always impelled toward more life. It is the natural and inherent impulse of life to seek to live more. It is the nature of intelligence to enlarge itself, and of consciousness to seek to extend its boundaries and find fuller expression. The universe
It's looking like we're starting to get
is
some
made
alignment.
by formless living substance.
Yeah, Ronald, I was trying to get my thing up here. So what we want to do now is we want to see because that 900 has made so many moves to the upside. This is a nuance that I'm going to incorporate that you should know when you've had two or more opportunities, like we've had in the 900. What you want to do is now you want to see a pullback on that 2700. You want to see that 2700 to go red and then back green. Because if you don't, you're liable to be catching the last part of the move. Because see, this was the first entry, but we didn't have alignment. This was the second entry, and we will barely have an alignment. So we do is we just wait on the pullback. But you're right. You're absolutely right. We do have alignment. We just want to pull back on that 2700.
Go
And
back to where was the first entry at again?
see, we didn't have a first entry, but the setup, you had a trade that could have potentially happened right here
Okay.
on the 900, right?
Okay.
And then you had another pullback right here on the 900. So you had two trend trades, but it wasn't a trend within trend, and your momentum, your more long-term and short-term momentum wasn't lined up.
Mm-hmm.
So on these two entries. So what you want to do is you want that 2700 to now come down.
Mm-hmm.
push down and turn red and then go back green, that means that thing's going to have probably a strong push and give you an opportunity to enter in on more than just one leg. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just waiting. We're just waiting. But looking for that now what we're looking for is now that we have everything aligned. I didn't mean to do that. My apologies. Now that we have everything aligned, now we're just waiting on price to now go down and pull back on give us some kind of market structure on the 2700 and then start to go back up with confirmation in the indicator going red and then turning back green. So that's what we're looking for now. All right, gentlemen, I am going to go back on mute and you can cue back up, Q. I thought that was a good play on words. My bad.
That
man.
was awesome. Awesome. By
All
the
right.
way, ladies and gentlemen, we want to make sure if you have any questions or would like to subscribe to the channel, please do so. And you can also send questions to support at theprophetstalker.com. If you want a copy of the free book Trading on trading that Dr. Jones has already published, you please put your email into that as well. So we're going to go ahead and start the book back up again, and we're off.
Cool. Thank you.
Growing itself into form in order to express itself more fully. The universe is a great living presence, always moving inherently toward more life and fuller functioning. Nature is formed for the advancement of life. Its impelling motive is the increase in life. For this cause, everything which can possibly minister to life is bountifully provided. There can be no lack unless God is to contradict himself and nullify his own works. You are not kept poor by lack in the supply of riches. It is a fact which I shall demonstrate a little further on, that even the resources of the formless supply are at the command of the man or woman who will act and think in a certain way. Chapter 4, the first principle in the science of getting rich. Thought is the only power which can produce tangible riches from the formless substance. The stuff from which all things are made is a substance which thinks, and a thought of form in this substance produces the form. Original substance moves according to its thoughts. Every form and process that you see in nature is the visible expression of a thought in original substance. As the formless stuff thinks of a form, it takes that form. As it thinks of a motion, it makes that motion. That is the way all things were created. We live in a thought world, which is part of a thought universe. The thought of a moving universe extended throughout formless substance, and the thinking stuff moving according to that thought, took the form of systems of planets and maintains that form. Thinking substance takes the form of its thought and moves according to the thought, holding the idea of a circling system of suns and worlds. It takes the form of these bodies and moves them as it thinks. Thinking the form of a slow-growing oak tree, it moves accordingly and produces the tree, though centuries may be required to do the work. In creating, the formless seems to be moving according to the lines of motion it has established. The thought of an oak tree does not cause the instant formation of a full-grown tree, but it does start in motion the forces which will produce the tree along established lines of growth. Every thought of form, held in thinking substance, causes the creation of the form, but always, or at least generally, along lines of growth and action already established. The thought of a house of a certain construction, if it were impressed upon formless substance, might not cause the instant formation of the house, but it would cause the turning of creative energies already working in trade and commerce into such channels as to result in the speedy building of the house. And if there were no existing channels through which the creative energy could work, then the house would be formed directly from primal substance without waiting for the slow processes of the organic and inorganic world. No thought of form can be impressed upon original substance without causing the creation of the form. We are thinking centers and can originate thought. All the forms that we have fashioned with our hands must first exist in our thoughts. We cannot shape a thing until we have thought that thing. And so far, man has confined his efforts wholly to the work of his hands. He has applied manual labor to the world of forms, seeking to change or modify those already existing. He has never thought of trying to cause the creation of new forms by impressing his thoughts upon formless substance. As our first step, we must lay down three fundamental propositions. First, we assert that there is one original formless stuff or substance from which all things are made. All the seemingly many elements are but different presentations of one element. All the many forms found in organic and inorganic nature are but different shapes made from the same stuff. And this stuff is thinking stuff. A thought held in it produces the form of the thought. Thought in thinking substance produces shapes. Humans are thinking centers, capable of original thought. If we can communicate our thoughts to original thinking substance, we can cause the creation or formation of the thing we think about. To summarize this, there is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. We can form things in our thoughts, and by impressing our thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing we think about to be created. It may be asked if I can prove these statements, and without going into details, I answer that I can do so, both by logic and experience. Reasoning back from the phenomena of form.
All right, I'm taking a look at it. I don't see the pullback, a significant pullback on the 2700 yet. But
No, that's what I'm god danging it about, because it didn't pull back and it's taken.
You on mute. You went on mute. We can't hear you.
If y'all heard me say god dang it, that's what I was saying god dang it about, because it didn't give us a pullback, and our trade happened on the third move. That is the rule that I'm gonna tell you never should break. It gave you the entry here, right? It's giving you an entry here on this third move. It gave you this fourth move, fifth move. It's just going up on these counter trend to the overall market. Is going counter trend here, which gives me indication this may end up being a reversal day, gentlemen. We just got to wait on what we want to see, because it didn't give us an entry until the third move, which if you didn't take the first or second move, you will hear me say this unequivocally. You do not take third moves if you didn't take the first move without getting some kind of pullback on a different time frame that allows you to get back into that trade. Because what'll happen is, if you get into this trade, I'm gonna tell you, and I don't know, I want Keith's on the line, and he can tell you this. You got a 50-50 shot. 50% of the time it's going to go in your favor. The other 50% of the time it's not. And I want something a little bit better than a coin flip. But that was the third move when you got that trade here. It was the third move. It's a little, it's a little tough, honestly, but it's okay, because I am looking to be able to add to the trade. This is what I really wanted to see. I wanted to see if this thing's going to pull, because this is the first pullback on the 2700, gentlemen. If you see that, this is after the cross up. This is actually the first market structure pullback that we have. Confirmed market structure pullback. If it breaks this bar's low right here. So I am here observing and waiting. And I know we have 10:30 and 11 o'clock news. Is that correct, Ronald?
Yes, let me make sure. I think it's 10:30. Yep, 10:30 and 11.
10:30 and 11. Okay, so we're gonna chill, gents, until we're gonna chill, wait for that news to come out, because by the time we get a trade, well, I mean, if the trade happens, we're gonna take the trade. If the trade happens, we're gonna take the trade. So let's just watch it and see what happens, because those are two yellow folders, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Correct. All right, cool. So if it happens, we'll take it. Give me a second. I am here. We can cue the book back up. I think this format, and I want to ask the audience if you guys like this format. When there's silence, we're playing something that can benefit you physiologically or psychologically. We'll be playing stuff like that in the background to while there's no silence, because in the big scheme of things, when you know what you're doing, trading is boring, right? Because there's a lot of sitting waiting on everything to line up for you. So anyway, with that being said, I'll go back on mute and we can cue it back up. Q, I like that.
Okay, and I'm gonna piggyback off of something you said about waiting. You can
Okay.
make your whole week by waiting for one trade. So just kind of keep that in mind. So this is not a rush to do. This is a intentionality to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So that being said, I'm gonna go on mute and we can cue it back up. Q. I love that.
And thought. I come to one original thinking substance, and reasoning forward from this thinking substance, I come to our power to cause the formation of the thing we think about. And by experiment, I find the reasoning true. And this is my strongest proof. If one man who reads this book gets rich by doing what it tells him to do, that is evidence in support of my claim. But if every man who does what it tells him to gets rich, that is positive proof until someone goes through the process and fails. The theory is true until the process fails, and this process will not fail, for every individual who does exactly what this book tells him to do will get rich. I've said that we get rich by doing things in a certain way, and in order to do so, we must become able to think in a certain way. A person's way of doing things is the direct result of the way he or she thinks about things. To do things in a way you want to do them, you'll have to acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. And this is the first step toward getting rich. To think what you want to think is to think truth, regardless of appearances. Every individual has the natural and inherent power to think what he or she wants to think, but it requires far more effort to do so than it does to think the thoughts which are suggested by appearances. To think according to appearances is easy. To think truth regardless of appearances is laborious and requires the expenditure of more power than any other work that we're called upon to perform. There is no labor from which most people shrink, as they do from that of sustained and consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Every appearance in the visible world tends to produce a corresponding form in the mind which observes it, and this can only be prevented by holding the thought of the truth. To look upon the appearance of disease will produce the form of disease in your own mind and ultimately in your body unless you hold the thought of the truth, which is that there is no disease, it is only an appearance, and the reality is health. To look upon the appearance of poverty will produce corresponding forms in your own mind unless you hold to the truth that there is no poverty, there is only abundance. To think health when surrounded by the appearances of disease, or to think riches when in the midst of appearances of poverty, requires power. But he or she who acquires this power becomes a mastermind. We can conquer fate, we can have what we want. This power can only be acquired by getting hold of the basic fact, which is behind all appearances. And that fact is that there is one thinking substance from which and by which all things are made. Then we must grasp the truth that every thought held in this substance becomes a form, and that we can so impress our thoughts upon it as to cause them to take form and become visible things. When we realize this, we lose all doubt and fear, for we know that we can create what we want to create, we can get what we want to have, and can become what we want to be. As a first step toward getting rich, you must believe the three fundamental statements given previously in this chapter. And in order to emphasize them, I'll repeat them here. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. We can form things in our thoughts, and by impressing our thoughts upon formless substance, can cause the thing that we think about to be created. You must lay aside all other concepts of the universe than this monistic one. And you must dwell upon this until it is fixed in your mind and has become your habitual thought. Listen to these creed statements over and over again. Fix every word upon your memory and meditate upon them until you firmly believe what they say. If a doubt comes to you, cast it aside as a sin. Do not listen to arguments against this idea. Do not go to lectures where a contrary concept of things.
I have a question.
Do not read.
On the 2700, you look at the time. If you look at that green bar, it's a green bar at 10:10. I was trying to see if that was the beginning of an ABC pattern to go back up, or am I looking at that wrong?
I can't see it from the counter, from the countdown. Let's see here. 10, 10.
Yeah, on the 20, starting at that green bar on the 2700.
Let me move this. Hold on a second. Let's confirm. I'm glad you asked that, Ronald. Let's see what we got here. You say you want to see if that's an ABC pattern to go which way?
To go back up? Or am I not looking at that correctly?
Not quite. So that's okay, because I need you to do that more. Just if you see something you think it is, so we can talk about it, so I can help you go through it. The reason why it's not an ABC pattern to go back up is because just look, all you have to do is look, you got all these bars that are in concession with no break. Like everything's going down. You see that?
Yeah.
You don't have a break. Had it been an inside bar on any of these, you can consider that an ABC pattern. But because you don't even have an inside bar, the minimum thing you need is an inside bar.
Okay.
In order for it to be a in order for it to stop, Will. In order for it to be considered an ABC pattern, you need a minimum of an inside bar. I almost got caught up in my words. I don't know how that happened, but that's what happened just then.
That's okay.
So in order for it to be an ABC pattern, you need a minimum of an inside bar to be considered that. So you don't have that. You have consecutive, these bars are making lower lows and lower highs all the way down. This bar made a higher high and a lower low, which is a bearish engulfing, right? A bearish outside bar. And now this bar is making a bullish. If this bar finishes up, that bar just made a bullish engulfing bar on the 2700, which if it breaks above and closes, we might have something, but we got to see. We have to see and wait on it to kind of tell us what it's trying to do. But that is what we're waiting on. That is what we're waiting on. Did I answer you? Did I answer you?
Yeah, I think so. Cause I was looking like basically kind of starting at that green bar that closed low at 10:10. And then I saw that red bar that closed high.
See, what you're seeing is you're seeing what can be considered a 2B pattern.
Uh-huh.
But it's not an ABC pattern, because an ABC pattern needs a lower high and then a higher low. So
and then a lower low.
Yeah, so let me see if I can find one that would make it easier for you to see. Hold on, I think it's one on the 900 that makes it fairly. See this right here? You see I make this high comes down and make a higher low, and then it makes a higher high right here, that can be considered an ABC pattern because it's still lower than the overall trend to the downside right here. You see that? You see this downtrend? I mean, I'll draw it for you so you can see what I'm talking about. And then we'll get back to the chart. So you have this. And I'm just drawing it. I may be a little off because I'm rushing it, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm just trying to show the remnants of a trend. That's A, B, C. And
So
then
I'm
it
saying
goes, huh?
it's a that's a lower high compared
That's
to like the beginning of that trend.
correct. That's a lower high compared to the beginning of that trend. That's a higher low. And then you have a higher high, and it didn't break the high of that trend. So if it turns down, that wasn't anything but a correction, and then it comes back down, right? Overall to the overall mark, right?
Okay, so that was an ABC reversal to go down.
To go down. What you're looking at, let me hold on because this thing is, I want to make sure we don't miss anything. Yeah, this is but it's getting ready for this news, and that's fine. So what you're seeing is you see this trend move here.
Yeah.
This is not necessarily a trend. I mean, you can say it's a trend up because you got these one bar pullback. So you can say that. So you got trend up, right? So now what we need for price to now come down and break this low right here. You see where that bar is? I have it about 1026.
Yeah.
If it breaks that and then turns up, then you're going to have the ABC pattern.
Hold on. If it breaks the
I'll draw it so you can see it because I think visuals do much better. So let's just say you got this uptrend, right?
mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna draw it so you can see exactly what I'm talking about because you need to be able to see this. So now you got that uptrend.
Yeah.
What you need now in order for this to be that thing's going up.
So it's
So
gonna have to break the low of that red bar.
right, or that green bar, whichever one is the lowest right there. But
Okay.
yeah, so it's gonna have to do that. And this thing is going red and going back green, but now the other one is printing green, printing red. So it's discombobulated. It's really in a no man's land right now. So to wait for it to everything to line up is probably the prudent thing to do. But I want you to see that this leg has not been created yet. But that leg, I mean, it's created a trend to the upside. Yes. Now, in order for this to be an ABC pattern on the 2700, this is what it has to look like. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna continue to send screenshots every single day so that you can continue, so everybody can continue to get that same thing in their mind over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
All right. So we just wait on it because all it's doing is consolidating at this top here, and it may continue to go up, but we have to wait for it to actually tell us that. Good dialogue, man. I appreciate you. And the thing is, whenever you see something, say something so that I can explain it to you so that you can then see it and then potentially have an opportunity to be able to make decisions on what you want to do.
Yes.
All right. So we'll cue
All
the
right.
book back up, and I'm still waiting on everything to line up. All right, cue it up, Q.
Magazines or books which teach a different idea. If you get mixed up in your faith, all of your efforts will be in vain. Do not ask why these things are true, nor speculate as to how they can be true. Simply take them on trust. The science of getting rich begins with the absolute acceptance of this faith. Chapter 5, Increasing Life. You must get rid of the last vestige of the old idea that there is a deity whose will is that you should be poor, or whose purposes may be served by keeping you in poverty. The intelligent substance which is all, and in all, and which lives in all, and lives in you, is a consciously living substance. Being a consciously living substance, it must have the nature and inherent desire of every living intelligence for increase of life. Every living thing must continually seek for the enlargement of its life, because life in the mere act of living must increase itself. A seed dropped into the ground springs into activity, and in the act of living produces 100 more seeds. Life by living multiplies itself. It is forever becoming more. It must do so if it continues to be at all. Intelligence is under the same necessity for continuous increase. Every thought we think makes it necessary for us to think another thought. Consciousness is continually expanding. Every fact we learn leads us to the learning of another fact. Knowledge is continually increasing. Every talent we cultivate brings to the mind the desire to cultivate another talent. We are subject to the urge of life, seeking expression, which ever drives us on to know more, to do more, and to be more. In order to know more, do more, and be more, we must have more. We must have things to use, for we learn and do and become only by using things. We must get rich so that we can live more. The desire for riches is simply the capacity for larger life-seeking fulfillment. Every desire is the effort of an unexpressed possibility to come into action. It is power seeking to manifest which causes desire. That which makes you want more money is the same as that which makes the plant grow. It is life, seeking fuller expression. The one living substance must be subject to this inherent law of all life. It is permeated with the desire to live more. That is why it is under the necessity of creating things. The one substance desires to live more in you, and hence it wants you to have all the things you can use. It is the desire of God that you should be rich. He wants you to get rich because he can express himself better through you if you have plenty of things to use in giving him expression. He can live more in you if you have unlimited command of the means of life. The universe desires you to have everything you want to have. Nature is friendly to your plans. Everything is naturally for you. Make up your mind that this is true. It is essential, however, that your purpose should harmonize with a purpose that is in all. You must want real life, not mere pleasure of sensual gratification. Life is the performance of function, and the individual really lives only when he or she performs every function, physical, mental, and spiritual, of which he is capable without excess in any. You do not want to get rich in order to live swinishly for the gratification of animal desires. That's not life. But the performance of every physical function is a part of life. And no one lives completely who denies the impulses of the body a normal and healthful expression. You do not want to get rich solely to enjoy mental pleasures, to get knowledge, to gratify ambition, to outshine others, to be famous. All these are a legitimate part of life. But the man who lives for the pleasures of the intellect alone will only have a partial life, and he will never be satisfied with his lot. You do not want to get rich solely for the good of others, to lose yourself for the salvation of mankind, to experience the joys of philanthropy and sacrifice. The joys of the soul are only a part of life, and they are no better or nobler than any other part. You want to get rich in order that you may eat, drink, and be merry when it's time to do these things, in order that you may surround yourself with beautiful things, see distant lands, feed your mind, and develop your intellect, in order that you may love men and women and do kind things, and be able to play a good part in helping the world to find truth. But remember that extreme altruism is no better and no nobler than extreme selfishness. Both are mistakes. Get rid of the idea that God wants you to sacrifice yourself for others and that you can secure His favor by doing so. God requires nothing of the kind. What He wants is that you should make the most of yourself for yourself and for others, and you can help others more by making the most of yourself than in any other way. You can make the most of yourself only by getting rich. So it is right and praiseworthy that you should give your first and best thought to the work of acquiring wealth. Remember, however, that the desire of substance is for all, and its movements must be for more life to all. It cannot be made to work for less life to any, because it is equally in all, seeking riches and life. Intelligent substance will make things for you, but it will not take things away from someone else and give them to you. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. You do not have to take anything away from anyone. You do not have to drive sharp bargains. You do not have to cheat or to take advantage. You do not need to let any man work for you for less than he earns. You do not have to covet the property of others or to look at it with wishful eyes. No one has anything of which you cannot have the like, and that without taking what he has away from him or her. You are to become a creator, not a competitor. You are going to get what you want, but in such a way that when you get it, every other man will have more than he has now. I'm aware that there are men and women who get a vast amount of money by proceeding in direct opposition to the statements in the paragraph above, and may add a word of explanation here. Men of the plutocratic type who become very rich do so sometimes purely by their extraordinary ability on the plane of competition, and sometimes they unconsciously relate themselves to substance in its great purposes and movements for the general racial upbuilding through industrial evolution. Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan et al. Have been the unconscious agents of the supreme in the necessary work of systematizing and organizing productive industry. And in the end, their work will contribute immensely toward increased life for all. Their day is nearly over. They have organized production, and they will soon be succeeded by the agents of the multitude who will organize the machinery of distribution. The multimillionaires are like the monster reptiles of the prehistoric eras. They play a necessary part in the evolutionary process, but the same power which produced them will dispose of them. And it is well to bear in mind that they have never been really rich. A record of the private lives of most of this class will show that they have really been the most abject and wretched of the poor. Riches secured on the competitive plane are never satisfactory and permanent. They are yours today and another's tomorrow. Remember, if you are to become rich in a scientific and certain way, you must rise entirely out of the competitive thought. You must never think for a moment that the supply is limited. Just as soon as you begin to think that all the money is being cornered and controlled by bankers and others, and that you must exert yourself to get laws passed to stop its process and so on, in that moment, you drop into the competitive mind, and your power to cause creation is gone for the time being. And what is worse, you will probably arrest the creative movements you have already instituted. Know that there are countless millions of dollars worth of gold in the mountains of the earth, not yet brought to light. And know that if there were not, more would be created from thinking substance to supply your needs. Know that the money you need will come, even if it is necessary for 1,000 men to be led to the discovery of new gold mines tomorrow. Never look at the visible supply. Look always at the limitless riches in formless substance, and know that they are coming to you as fast as you can receive and use them. Nobody, by cornering the visible supply, can prevent you from getting what is yours. So never allow yourself to think for an instant that all the best building spots will be taken before you get ready to build your house, unless you hurry. Never worry about the trusts and combines and get anxious for fear that they will soon come to own the whole earth. Never get afraid that you will lose what you want because some other person beats you to it. That cannot possibly happen. You are not seeking anything that is possessed by anybody else. You are causing what you want to be created from formless substance, and that supply is without limits. Stick to the formulated statement. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. We can form things in our thoughts, and by impressing our thoughts upon formless substance, can cause the thing that we think about to be created. Chapter 6. How riches come to you. When I say that you do not have to drive sharp bargains, I do not mean that you do not have to drive any bargains at all, or that you are above the necessity for having any dealings with your fellow men. I mean that you will not need to deal with them unfairly. You do not have to get something for nothing, but can give to every man more than you take from him. You cannot give everyone more in cash market value than you take from him, but you can give him more in use value than the cash value of the thing you take from him. The paper, the ink, and other material in this book may not be worth the money you pay for it, but if the ideas suggested by it bring you thousands of dollars, you have not been wronged by those who sold it to you. They have given you a great use value for a small cash value. Let us suppose that I own a picture by one of the great artists, which in any civilized community is worth thousands of dollars, and I take it to Alaska and by salesmanship induce an Eskimo to give a bundle of furs worth $500 for it. I have really wronged him, for he has no use for the picture. It has no use value to him. It will not add to his life. But suppose I give him a gun worth $50 for his furs. Then he has made a good bargain. He has use for the gun. It will get him many more furs and much food. It will add to his life in every way. It will make him rich. When you rise from the competitive to the creative plane, you can scan your business transactions very strictly. And if you are selling anyone anything which does not add more to his life than the thing he gives you in exchange, you can afford to stop it. You don't have to beat anybody in business. And if you are in a business which does beat people, get out of it at once. Give everyone more in use value than you take from him or her in cash value. Then you are adding to the life of the world by every business transaction. If you have people working for you, you must receive from them more in value than you pay them in wages. But you can so organize your business that it will be filled with the principle of advancement, and so that each employee who wishes to do so may advance a little each day. You can make your business do for your employees what this book is doing for you. You can so conduct your business that it will be a sort of ladder by which every employee who will take the trouble may climb to riches himself or herself, and given the opportunity, if he or she will not do so, it is not your fault. And finally, because you are to cause the creation of your riches from formless substance, which permeates all your environment, it does not follow that they are to take shape from the atmosphere and come into being before your eyes. If you want a sewing machine, for instance, I do not mean to tell you that you are to impress the thought of a sewing machine on thinking substance until the machine is formed without hands, in the room where you sit or elsewhere. But if you want a sewing machine, hold the mental image of it with the most positive certainty that it is being made or that it is on its way to you. After once forming the thought, have the most absolute and unquestioning faith that the sewing machine is coming. Never think of it or speak of it in any other way than as being sure to arrive. Claim it as already yours. It will be brought to you by the power of the supreme intelligence acting upon the minds of men and women. If you live in Maine, it may be that a man or woman will be brought from Texas or Japan to engage in some transaction, which will result in your getting what you want. If so, the whole matter will be as much to that person's advantage as it is to yours. Do not forget for a moment that the thinking substance is through all, in all, communicating with all, and can influence all. The desire of thinking substance for fuller life and better living has caused the creation of all the sewing machines already made, and it can cause the creation of millions more, and will, whenever men and women set it in motion by desire and faith and acting in a certain way. You can certainly have a sewing machine in your house, and it is just as certain that you can have any other thing or things which you want and which you will use for the advantage.
What you say, Ronald?
We had some pullback on the 900, but I don't. And I'm looking at everything is green. The trends are up.
So yeah, so now the only thing we're looking for is that you're spot on. We're just looking for that market structure pullback now on the 900.
Okay.
Because this is the first cross up, and we don't have a this will be our first market structure. So this is what you want to see. And then it went red and back green on that 8100. So your momentum tried to go down and then turn back up. So we just waiting on it. Yeah, Lee. Second time. Let me take a look if y'all don't mind.
The market's up. Well, I just said that and it dropped. It was up. We was positive overall on the 8100, but it's hovering around -3, so it's still not bad.
Yeah, it's and then you have divergence here on the 24,000. So let's expand it out and see what we have. Yeah, you got divergence. I'll draw it for you so you can see it. This is long-term divergence, very, very long-term divergence. But is divergence nonetheless. So let's just get back to our 900. See what we are. This thing is straight up, so we should have. God dang it. Let's just get some alignment here, man. All right. Price closes above that line. We're going to enter one contract. Close above 32. Because the stop is significant. We're going to enter in one contract.
Going long.
We're going to be going long if it closes above that line there. If it closes
On
above 32 and a quarter.
On the
Yes.
900.
On the 300.
On the 300.
All right, I'm in at 35.75.
It ain't closed yet, but okay. It ain't closed yet. It closed down. Oh my goodness. So just hold on a second, because you're not in, are you, Ronald?
No.
Yeah, you see it hadn't closed yet on the 300. You have to wait for it to close.
And what if it breaks? Do we enter?
No, you're supposed to, if you're not already in it, don't worry about it, because you're supposed to be in on that close. So you're supposed to be in as soon as that bar closed above 32.75.
Oh, okay.
That's all right though. Let's just see how this thing rocks out right here. That's tough.
I'm out.
Huh? I didn't say get out. Why did you say? Yeah, you gotta wait for a signal. I didn't say, because I didn't say get out. It didn't do anything but go down and test your stop, and it didn't even break it. now, yeah. All right, gentlemen. Okay. All right, all right. What we need to do is just reset. What we have to make sure we do is just out of curiosity, why did you get out of that trade, Quentin?
Well, number one, I got in too early, and number two, I was watching the price flow speed up, and I didn't want to compound the problem. And I see that it started to consolidate. And you're right. I do apologize. I should have waited for your call on that.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, uh, let's just wait and see what happens here. Let's just wait and see what happens. Because technically, you should still be in this trade. Technically, you should still be in this trade. We can add on at this point, but you should be in it. And yeah, all right, all right, all right, all right.
And that's totally on me. I own that.
That's all right. I mean, mistakes happen, but I'm glad you only did one contract, right?
Only one contract.
Yeah, it's just.
The other mistake I made, in full disclosure, I was not looking at my countdown to see that it closed. It appeared that it had closed when I was looking at the bar, but I was not looking at the countdown like I should
Yeah,
have been.
yeah, and also you got to make sure you're watching because I'm making the calls off of my charts. So make sure that you're looking at the charts on the screen. This thing right here. I mean, it's in. You have to be in this trade and just be comfortable being uncomfortable right here.
And I think that's what I was very uncomfortable because it was consolidating.
I can understand that.
But yeah, let me go back over my mistakes so that since we are recording, I want to make sure that this does not happen again, and that the audience is listening. My first mistake was I was not I entered the trade too soon, and I didn't see that the bar closed because I was not looking at the countdown, and then I got a little tunnel vision when I saw that it was consolidating and dropping too fast, and I wasn't even paying attention to listen to the trader's call of Dr. Jones calling it. And so that's another mistake. And then I got really uncomfortable because I saw it consolidating. So those are human errors that can be prevented. And the good thing about it is I took a small contract on a micro to mitigate the loss. But those are the kind of things we don't want to do. So I own that, and I wanted to get on record with saying that so that it won't happen again.
Look here, man, you're good. I appreciate you. Look, this is coming. This YouTube channel is starting to morph, if you will, starting to get into a groove. But it's okay. It is all right. So we just wait, and we just wait on the next opportunity to come.
And I don't know what basketball player said this. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Look here, those are facts. Those are facts. Remember, because I told y'all we was gonna have to take and you have to understand. Sometimes I'm not gonna use the obvious stop. I told y'all we was gonna have to give this a chance to work. The reason why I knew we was gonna have to give it a chance to work is because when we entered that trade, it was literally at 10:55. I mean 10:54. So you're gonna have to give that yellow because it was a yellow folder. So the yellow folder is not gonna really work. I mean, it's not really impactful information. So you'd have had to give it a chance to kind of go through that news. And if you give it a chance to go through the news, then you find out what's really going on, because all that was a pullback to scare everybody out. And now she's going to.
Yeah, it scared me out. All right.
It's okay, because it's happened. It happens to everybody. It's happened to me, right? So that's human. But what I want you to understand is what's going on. When we get to that trade, it was at 1054, and now that the entry price that you got 35.75, I think you said, or something like that. Now this trade is going to. Had you already been in this trade, you can't enter the trade now because it's not a complete setup. But it was a setup when we entered, and the only thing it did was go out and shake people out. And now she's pushing back up. Right. So it gave you a chance to get out even here. And for me, I'm going to wait for that 3,360 contracts to complete before I would tell you to exit. If I told you to exit at all, and then I would be telling you to get in more contracts right here, because now she's probably going to go.
I
So
see.
you would be entering in another contract at about 40. I take that back. You've been entering another contract at your same
30.
price at 36.75.
Okay.
And then now you'd be in two contracts at 36.75, and I'm gonna manage it as though you were still in the trade, because you'd have had to have gone through that small loss. That's, you have to go through that little small period where it went against you. And then now we're waiting to see if this thing forms a bullish engulfing bar, then you already know what you have to do.
A bullish engulfing on which chart?
On that 8100. Good observation. If it forms a bullish engulfing bar, means that it's going to finish up here. You already know that it's going to go up.
Or there will be a bullish outside bar, right?
Look here, your eyes keener than mine, young sir. So let's see. Yeah, it's up by one tick. You're right. It'll be a bullish outside bar. So now I'd have to, I'm waiting on these contracts to complete to tell you what to do. To see if we're going to continue to hold or we're going to just exit this trade. Bam. Just broke that high. Chances of that trade going up now is tremendous. So I'll be telling you, get in another contract at 39. So now you'd be in 3 contracts. So you'd be in, I don't know what your original price would have been. And now we give it a small shot. But I'm trying to wait on this bar to complete on this 8100 chart. All right, so you'd be right at in the money, It's just teetering here. We need these bars to complete on this. Ooh. And Ronald, you have not taken the trade. That is correct?
Correct.
All right, cool. Yeah. Then I'd be telling you enter another contract right now at 40. And watch
Did
what
it do
happens.
another stop out?
Huh?
It did another stop out, didn't it?
No, it didn't do another stop out. It didn't do another. It didn't do the first stop out, because I told you we was gonna have to hold that first one for a second to give it a second to run. This thing right here might take off to the upside. Now you got to give it a shot So you'd be in 4 contracts. You'd be in 2 contracts at 35, 36, one contract at 39, one contract at 40. And I wouldn't be adding another one. I just if this thing takes off on me, I'll be putting my stop at break even, which my break even is probably going to be about 37. So if it goes to 37, we'd be out, and then that's no big deal. No harm, no foul. But I want it to go here because if she breaks up the top of this trade, it's going to be huge. I'm sitting here telling you now everything's green everywhere, so this thing should take off to the upside. There's no guarantee. I'd be out of the trade right now at break even. Because I wouldn't take a loss on 4 contracts once I got in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if you would have got out on 4 contracts right now, what would you have made?
I would have broke even. I would have broke even plus made a little bit on the, I would have broke even plus a tick. So you would have basically paid for commissions.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why I would have gotten out of that trade there is even though everything's green and pointed up, it's just hovering about my price. And it's just sitting there, which gives me reason for pause. Does it make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not taking a loss after I've compounded my trades. Once you've compounded to a certain point, you allow the trade is going to work and it's going to be a big trade for you, or it becomes a break-even trade. So you pay commissions or you make a little bit, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be able to hold the trades so that you can compound the trade. And if you do it that way, guess what? When you catch that one, trust me when I tell you, it only takes one.
So you saying you got out because it took too long to make a big move?
Yeah, it's not moving fluidly. And sometimes you got to be patient on it, but I'm not going to be patient unless I'm up. Does that make sense? I'm not going to be patient and be down. Not doing that. I'm not going to be patient with a loser. I'll be patient with it if I'm winning. And she might break out, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm cool with that. Because if that thing goes down on you on 4 contracts, you're going to be mad in a mug. Trust me when I tell you, you're going to be mad. And this is about managing the money.
It's funny you say that because on the other night's Zoom, I talked about the number one thing to master is managing the money, not necessarily the trade, or not necessarily the emotions, but you got to manage what manage it.
Right. So, and I mean, you see how this one is taking off a little bit, but it's real. It's not just going off like gangbusters right here. And it might take off here in a second, right? It might take off here in a second, but there is nothing to do, ladies and gentlemen. This right here was only a break even trade.
I believe we get another opportunity.
Oh, we'll probably get another opportunity today. And I'm okay with this thing taking off on me now and not being in it. I'm cool, okay with that. And the reason why I'm cool and okay with that is why? Everybody likes to look at the after the fact and say, "Ooh, I would have did this." Okay. All right. I just knew because that thing was green, everything was green, that it had a shot to push up. I just wasn't going to take a chance on it take a chance on losing once we're at it like that. So now we just chill. Now we just chill. Risk and money management are the mantras of how to be a great trader. Risk and money management are the mantras of how to be a great trader.
All right, on that note, I guess I can start the book back.
Yeah, you can start the book back. I apologize. I got quiet for a second. Yeah, absolutely. Start the book back.
Life and the lives of others. You need not hesitate about asking largely. It is your Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom, said Jesus. Original substance wants to live all that is possible in you and wants you to have all that you can or will use for the living of the most abundant life. If you fix upon your consciousness the fact that the desire you feel for the possession of riches is one with the desire of omnipotence for more complete expression, your faith becomes invincible. Once I saw a little boy sitting at a piano and vainly trying to bring harmony out of the keys, and I saw that he was grieved and provoked by his inability to play real music. I asked him the cause of his vexation, and he answered, I can feel the music in me, but I can't make my hands go right. The music in him was the urge of original substance containing all the possibilities of all life. All that there is of music was seeking expression through the child. God, the one substance, is trying to live and do and enjoy things through humanity. He is saying, I want hands to build wonderful structures, to play divine harmonies, to paint glorious pictures. I want feet to run my errands, eyes to see my beauties, tongues to tell mighty truths, and to sing marvelous songs, and so on. All that there is of possibility is seeking expression through us. God wants those who can play music to have pianos and every other instrument, and to have the means to cultivate their talents to the fullest extent. He wants those who can appreciate beauty to be able to surround themselves with beautiful things. He wants those who can discern truth to have every opportunity to travel and observe. He wants those who can appreciate dress to be beautifully clothed, and those who can appreciate good food to be luxuriously fed. He wants all these things because it is himself that enjoys and appreciates them. It is God who wants to play and sing and enjoy beauty and proclaim truth and wear fine clothes and eat good foods. It is God that worketh in you to will and to do, said Paul. The desire you feel for riches is the infinite seeking to express himself in you, as he sought to find expression in the little boy at the piano. So you need not hesitate to ask largely. Your part is to focalize and express the desire to God. This is a difficult point with most people. They retain something of the old idea that poverty and self-sacrifice are pleasing to God. They look upon poverty as a part of the plan, a necessity of nature. The idea that God has finished his work and made all that he can make, and that the majority of us must stay poor because there's not enough to go around. They hold to so much of this erroneous thought that they feel ashamed to ask for wealth. They try not to want more than a very modest competence, just enough to make them fairly comfortable. I recall now the case of one student who was told that he must get in mind a clear picture of the things he desired, so that the creative thought of them might be impressed on formless substance. He was a very poor man, living in a rented house, and having only what he earned from day to day. And he could not grasp the fact that all wealth was his. So after thinking the matter over, he decided that he might reasonably ask for a new rug for the floor of his best room. and an anthracite coal stove to heat the house during the cold weather. Following the instructions given in this book, he obtained these things in a few months. And then it dawned upon him that he had not asked enough. He went through the house in which he lived and planned all the improvements he would like to make in it. He mentally added a bay window here and a room there until it was complete in his mind as his ideal home, and he planned its furnishings. Holding the whole picture in his mind, he began living in this certain way and moving toward what he wanted. And he owns the house now and is rebuilding it after the form of his mental image. And now, with still larger faith, he is going on to get greater things. It has been unto him according to his faith, and it is so with you and with all of us. Chapter 7, Gratitude. The illustrations given in the last chapter will have conveyed to the listener the fact that the first step toward getting rich is to convey the idea of your wants to the formless substance. This is true, and you'll see that in order to do so, it becomes necessary to relate yourself to the formless intelligence in a harmonious way. To secure this harmonious relation is a matter of such primary and vital importance that I shall give it some space to its discussion here and give you instructions which, if you will follow them, will be certain to bring you into perfect unity of mind with God. The whole process of mental adjustment and atonement can be summed up in one word: gratitude. First, you believe that there is one intelligent substance from which all things proceed. Second, you believe that this substance gives you everything you desire. And third, you relate yourself to it by a feeling of deep and profound gratitude. Many people who order their lives rightly in all other ways are kept in poverty by their lack of gratitude. Having received one gift from God, they cut the wires which connect them with Him by failing to make acknowledgement. It is easy to understand that the nearer we live to the source of wealth, the more wealth we shall receive. And it is easy also to understand that the soul that is always grateful lives in closer touch with God than the one which never looks to Him in thankful acknowledgement. The more gratefully we fix our minds on the Supreme when good things come to us, the more good things we will receive, and the more rapidly they will come. And the reason simply is that the mental attitude of gratitude draws the mind into closer touch with the source from which the blessings come. If it is a new thought to you that gratitude brings your whole mind in closer harmony with the creative energies of the universe, consider it well, and you will see that it is true. The good things you already have come to you along the line of obedience to certain laws. Gratitude will lead your mind out along the ways by which things come, and it will keep you in close harmony with creative thought and prevent you from falling into competitive thought. Gratitude alone can keep you looking toward the all and prevent you from falling into the error of thinking of the supply as limited, and to do that would be fatal to your hopes. There is a law of gratitude, and it is absolutely necessary that you should observe the law if you are to get the results you seek. The law of gratitude is the natural principle that action and reaction are always equal and in opposite directions. The grateful outreaching of your mind in thankful praise to the Supreme. It's a liberation or expenditure of force. It cannot fail to reach that to which it addressed, and the reaction is an instantaneous movement toward you. Draw nigh unto God, and He will draw nigh unto you. That is a statement of psychological truth. And if your gratitude is strong and constant, the reaction in formless substance will be strong and continuous. The movement of the things you want will always be toward you. Notice the grateful attitude that Jesus took, how He always seems to be saying, I thank Thee, Father, that Thou hearest me. You cannot exercise much power without gratitude, for it is gratitude that keeps you connected with power. But the value of gratitude does not consist solely in getting you more blessings in the future. Without gratitude, You cannot long keep from dissatisfied thought regarding things as they are. The moment you permit your mind to dwell with dissatisfaction upon things as they are, you begin to lose ground. You fix attention upon the common, the ordinary, the poor, on the squalid and mean, and your mind takes the form of those things. Then you will transmit these forms or mental images to the formless, and the common, the poor, the squalid, and mean will come to you. To permit your mind to dwell upon the inferior is to become inferior and to surround yourself with inferior things. On the other hand, to fix your attention on the best is to surround yourself with the best and to become the best. The creative power within us makes us into the image of that to which we give our attention. We are thinking substance, and thinking substance always takes the form of that which it thinks about. The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best. Also, faith is born of gratitude. The grateful mind continually expects good
Got
things,
another
and
question.
expectation becomes faith. The reaction of gratitude upon what
What's up?
So I think it was around the time where we entered into that last trade. It was around 11 o'clock. And he was saying if it broke above, I think it was 30, like 33 and a quarter on the 300 around 11. But the first bar, it broke above it, but it was red. So he was saying it should break above green. And then that next bar broke above it green. And as soon as that would have closed, we would have entered. So I guess I was just thinking maybe would it have been better to wait until like before we started adding contracts? Would it have been better to wait to see if maybe it would have reached a certain level first?
Well,
Like it would have brought I guess got above a certain price first.
well, let me explain what I know. So I know he was definitely watching 8100 in terms of the overall market, but once you got into that trade and you saw that it had the potential to keep moving, trending up, every time you got a pullback, you would enter another contract. Do you want to confirm that, Will?
So yeah, I waited for levels to be broken before I got into it. I'm gonna answer that question first, Ronald. So let's go back to the original trade, ladies and gentlemen. This is a great education exercise so everybody can kind of see. And I'm going to tell you what I saw. And I know that. So let me stop and let me start again. When you're trading, you're using multiple time frames. You have to be aware of what's going on so that you're not faked out. That is one of the main purposes of having larger time frames, so that you can have a potential to compound your money. I'm going to show you something. I didn't say re-enter the trade, but I am going to show you something. The reason why I said do not that this thing's going to have a big stop, and I did not say what that stop was going to be because I did not know. What I did know is if it closed below a certain price, I was just going to go ahead and get out of the trade. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about. I said that if price got above, let me make sure I'm not. Price got above and closed above this line, that we would take the trade. It closed at 37.75. Quinn got a much better price than he should have gotten. But I said, and correct me if I'm wrong. People, please correct me if I'm wrong, gents. I said before we got into this trade has a big stop. Does anybody remember me saying that?
I don't quite remember that. No, I think I was trying to focus on getting in there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you said this trade has a big stop, so you only go on one contract.
We only go on one contract, right? Okay. So I knew that I was going past here. The reason why I knew I was going past here is because What happens on this chart if it goes past here that coincides with your larger time frames? Because Ronald's been talking about it all morning. Does anybody know? If it goes past, if it gets below this point on your 900, what is it forming potentially on your 900? Everything's in your favor at that point. What is it forming? Can anybody tell me? I gave you a hint. You've been talking about it all morning, Ronald.
What a ABC pattern?
That's exactly right. You had an ABC pattern to form right here. I knew for a fact that this ABC pattern would form if, in fact, it broke below exactly why I have that. You see where that V starts?
Yeah.
I knew for a fact it was going to give you an ABC pattern on the 900. So you're going to have to give it some room to work because everything was in your favor. You couldn't just get out. That's why I said only go one contract, because if we're going to add once that ABC pattern starts to confirm, right? Well, I already knew, and I can't talk about this during the trade, but I'm telling you now what was my rationale. My rationale is, okay, cool. If it gets back up to my price, we're gonna start adding up again. So we supposed to be in again. I wasn't gonna take the one at 33 because we're not gonna average a loser. But right here, I was like, okay, cool. We're gonna get in again at 36.75. Right? That's about what we got in to begin with. And I'll show it to you. If you look straight across, Quentin said he got in at 36.75. That's right there at that point. Right? Then it pulled back, and I said, okay, cool. We're gonna get it again at 39. That's right here at this point. Then I said, okay, cool. So now we're in 3. And then I said, okay, cool. We're going to get it again at 40. At that point, you're in 4 contracts, excuse me. You're in 4 contracts at this point right here. And then it went from 40 to 45. Okay. So you technically could have been up 20 points on this trade had you just said, you know what? I'm taking my 15, 16 points. I'm out of here. But I said if it comes back to my average price, which I did it on the calculator, the average price was 37.83 or something like that. And then I said if it gets to 38, we're going to get out of the trade. Just telling you how I would manage it. Well, because I'm not going to allow this trade to come back against me and go from being up 20 points to down 20 points. Right? Not like that. So it did it there. I could have said into the trade, but like yesterday, I didn't want anybody to get discombobulated. So we were in 4 contracts here, and it went to a high of 45, and we were in an average price of like 30. Matter of fact, I did it on my calculator. So let me see. I don't have it anymore. So let me do it again. So let's do the price. We got in. Quentin said 35. He said 36, the first one. 36 point. What he actually got in. I'm just going to say 36 and a quarter because I don't remember what it was now. And then I said get in again at 37.75. And then I said get in again at 39. And then I said get in again at 40. I take that back. The average price is 38 and a quarter. So based on what I just put in, I could have been the other one I did, it was 37.83 or something like that. So I could have had a different price. But my point is, once I went to 45 and my average price, you got to think about it. 7 times 4 is what? 28 points, right? So if you're up 28 points on a trade that hadn't been going anywhere, you might say, I'm going to take these, 20, 23 points, 20. I'm not letting 28 points go back to 0. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not letting 28 points go back to 0. So it was consolidating. Had it gone up, I would have gave it some room, but it didn't really go up. It was just consolidating in this same general area that it was in. So I'm not taking a chance on this right here. And plus we had news, right? So you don't know if that yellow folder then turned, because again, Red can't go to orange and orange can't go to yellow. So therefore, red can't go to yellow. But yellow can go to orange and yellow can go to red. So you don't want to be caught in that situation, but we were already in that trade. So we could have then said, okay, we're going to exit the trade. And then if it tells us to get back into the trade using a smaller time frame, cool, we'll do that. Because you'd have had to use a smaller time frame at that point to get into the trade. Let me explain to you what I mean. Because at that point, when we got out of the trade, it was a break-even trade plus make a little bit. That's what the trade should have been. But on this chart here at 11, right, that's exactly right. At 1109, I can now enter in on my 300 chart. Can't go down to a 100 chart, but I can use price action and say, if I get a market structure, that thing should work. So now I can enter in and watch this. Now I can enter in, if I break even on that trade, I can say my entry is 30. I can say my stop, I can say my absolute stop is 34 because it shouldn't go down from there. And my entry is 42. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to enter in 2 contracts at this point because now I know exactly what my stop is, and that trade takes off. And now when we start getting into the trade, now we're cooking with grease. Now when you're getting in on pullbacks, and now you start to make the money on the trade. It's about money management. It's not about the trading. You have to be able to manage the money and manage the trading at the same time because it's one and the same, but different. Let me explain what I mean by one and the same, but different. Trade management and money management is the same thing because you have to be able to manage the risk that's involved with the trade that you're taking, thereby managing the money. They're different because if in fact the trade, your trading methodology doesn't work, money management and risk management doesn't even matter. Right? If every time you get into a trade you're losing, money management and risk management doesn't matter. You need to fix that part first. So that's what you have. And that is what I'm trying to teach. And that's what I'm trying to show you guys so that you are able to do this on your own. Not with me. I shouldn't be the only one that is able to do this because now you're thinking, hey, I know what, and if you're going to get out of the trade, you should do what Quentin did. Get out, but look to still be looking to re-enter. He didn't do anything but what I did the other day. Get out early. He got out early. And then when he got out early, he should have been looking to re-enter the trade. Right? But since Ronald didn't get in the trade to begin with, I felt that it was a good time to sit back and explain and then let you see the trade go so that you understand now how the indicators are there to indicate and to confirm. But if you see price get parabolic on you and you see these small pullbacks, you already know what's going on.
Yeah.
Don't allow the indicators to dictate to you exactly what to do from the standpoint of the indicators are there to indicate. The indicators are not, and their indicators are there to confirm. If the indicators don't confirm price, but price is getting parabolic, that should tell you something. And I hate to say that and make it sound contradictory to follow this system, but the system is only there as a guide. I've said that a million times. It is there as a guide to kind of help you and kind of keep you on the track. Because I'm going to ask a question. Red lights, stop signs, white lines on the concrete are there as guides. They're not end all to be all. Let me prove it to you. How many people on this call right now have never went through a yellow light? Ever. Ever. How many people have in this call right here, right now, have never ran a red light. Ever. Not one time in life. Right? How many people on this call have never sped? Speed limit say 55. You at 55 or blower 100% of the time. I'm listening for somebody to be like, dude, that's what I do every time. I don't hear it. And I'm very passionate about it because I'm trying to get you to understand, yes. Do you need to follow those rules? Yes. Do you need to obey the traffic laws? Yes. Let me say that out loud. You should obey all traffic laws, but nobody does. Because you have to see what the situation says. Because if you do 55 in certain parts of this country, you're going to get ran over. You're going to get blown at. If you sit at a red light that holds for 5 minutes and ain't no cars coming, you got to be smarter than that. All I'm saying to you is the rules are there to help you so that guide you so that you can trade, but you have to be a trader. And you have to manage the money, and you have to manage the risk. And you have to understand what's going on in the markets. Because this is something that nobody talks about that I said. Watch this. You have a lower low, higher high, higher low. This right here is starting to go up. So you have a higher low right here. So one of the fundamental reasons, one of the 4 fundamental reasons to take a trade is divergent lower low, divergent higher high, higher low, and lower high. You had a higher low right here after it made a confirmed higher high, meaning it closed below the last swing high. These are things that of how you want to think. This is why I tell you the only thing the market can do is X, Y, and Z. Because I'm trying to get you to think a certain way. This is where my value comes in at. I don't care what nobody teaches you about trading. I'm going to teach you the skill of trading. Not how anybody can teach you a setup. I'm teaching you how to have skill. And if you're going to have skill, then that means that you can't be too rigid. Because having a skill is not about being rigid. I'm going to prove it again in sports. So do you understand what I'm saying? Barry Sanders, in my opinion, is the greatest running back to ever play the game. That can be argued based on time frame, based on size of the back, based on who he played for, based on yards gained, a lot of different things. But he had a skill because he hardly ever went through the hole he was supposed to go through. Had he been too rigid and been like, coach, you called 32 dive. I'm just using this, and that's football lingo. That basically means a 3-back going through 2 hole. So had he did that rigidly, he would have not been who he's supposed to be. You have to be able to understand what the end goal is. And I'm going to ask a question to everybody on this call. And I want an answer from everybody on this call. And you can copy the answer of the first person, or you can say your own thing. And I'm going to say who goes first. I'm going to actually let Colin call. Colin, there's Ronald, Quentin, and Keith on the call. Who goes first? Yeah, there's Ronald, Quentin, and Keith. Who goes first out of those 3 people? Say a name. Okay, cool. Keith. Keith. Guys, I didn't want it to be any bias on my part. So, Keith, what is the main objective in trading? What is the only reason why you're here in trading?
Make money.
Make money, period. Bottom line, the end. That's what I say. I'm going to ask Quentin next. Quentin, what is the main reason, in your opinion, of trading?
Make money.
All right, so you agree with that. Ron,
Totally
what is the main reason we here to be trading?
I agree with you guys. Make money.
All right, so if we here to make money, then the bottom line is to make money. Period. Bottom line, the end. All I'm saying to you is these rules are here. You are supposed to use the rules. Yes. I have gotten away from Everybody can do the exact same thing at the exact same time. The reason why I've gotten away from that is because guess what? If in fact everybody does the exact same thing at the same time, that would be a perfect world. People are going to see things differently. People are going to access things differently. They're going to see risk differently. But the guidelines for everybody can be the same. The trade that we took, in my opinion, had you executed it the way that I called it out live, is a perfect execution. We did a good job managing that trade the way it should have been managed. I understand that emotion got into it when you get into it and it goes against you. But you have to be able to see everything that's going on. This is why, if watch this, ladies and gentlemen, listen to what I'm about to say to you, because this is the most important thing you will ever hear any trader say. Here's 100% fact. The only reason that 90% of the people fail in trading is because, not because they don't have an edge, not because they can't trade well given the opportunity, not because of any other reason other than what's between their ears. You are the only one that holds you back from being a successful trader. And let me now give you the bottom lines to what it in between your ears that holds you back. One, you don't know what your trading plan is 100%. Two, you are emotionally attached to money. Three, you don't see the overall market to allow to give yourself an opportunity to make money. That's it. When you do those three things, I assure you, you're going to become an extremely successful trader. You have to know what you're doing, know why you're doing what you're doing, and give yourself an opportunity to do what you're trying to do. So with that said, I'm off my horse now. I'm going back on mute. I'm going to listen to you guys give me dialogue, because we're going to let this one run quite a long time today to allow for people to ask questions and in the chat room and all that kind of stuff. We're letting YouTube run longer than we ever let run before. And that's it. So I'll go on mute and listen to the questions and write them down as I'm getting them, and I'll answer them in order that I receive them.
I'll start. I that last part that was said about the three things that would cause you to fail or succeed, and depending on how you say it. Number one was no trading plan. So obviously you got to have a trading plan to succeed. Number two, you mentioned emotionally attached to money. Although money is our main reason for doing it, you can't be emotionally attached to it. And then did not give yourself an opportunity to identify the setup you're looking for. So obviously you got to wait for the setups that you are looking for in order to be successful.
Correctamundo. Correctamundo. So, I mean, talk to me, because I'm going to tell you why young people make it in trading. And I'm going to tell y'all this now, and this is no slight. I'm just telling you what the facts are. Young people make it in trading much more so because they have a different kind of, it's almost like a baby, right? You ever see or hear about the baby crawling the street, and that joker get from one side of the street to the other with all kinds of traffic, and he don't get scathed at all because he don't pay attention to the fears. But if you get an adult to go across that same street, he gonna get flattened every time because he's thinking too much. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So once you are able to put yourself in a situation to, I am here to trade. Ronald said something yesterday, and I mean, I was actually embarrassed. And let me go ahead and say this out loud to the public, so you'll know. I was actually embarrassed because he said he literally called me on the phone. He didn't text. He didn't send me a smoke signal. He didn't get on Zoom and send me a message. He didn't send me an email. He called me on the phone, and his exact words out of his mouth was, "Cuz, did you get into that move that went up?" And I was like, no, because it really wasn't it wasn't a setup that I could. And I mean, I went into all this other kind of stuff, but his thoughts were, and I can tell you what he's thinking. Shh, we could have got a little bit of that because it was just going up. It wouldn't. I mean, it just shot up and it kept going up. And you put on a little bit on. That's probably what's going through his mind.
Yeah.
If in fact it meets your parameters, but it's off a little bit, sometimes you can take a trade with a small risk and turn it into a big gain and be able to say, because if you can go through those four things, because those four things aren't based on indicators. That's what people don't understand. I just have the indicators on there to allow you to see an immediate visual. Those four things are based on price. Lower high, higher low, divergent lower low, divergent higher high is based on price. Momentum is based on price. Momentum is derived from your market structures. When you get a market structure going in a direction, momentum is going in that direction. Point blank, period. Trend is based on price, meaning how do you get a sequence of trends? Higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. And then the timing element is reversals. ABC, 2B, 1, 2, 3, 3B, 3 bar. Everything's based on price. Everything. So, and I have the indicators to mimic price as closely as I possibly can to what you want to see. And I tell people, stay rigid until you understand these things. But once you understand these things, now you can make money. Does that make sense? These are training wheels. These are training wheels. When I say these are training wheels, I'm talking about the indicators. The indicators are there as training wheels. Watch this. Trading is just like riding a bike. You put them training wheels on until you really get a good grasp on what's going on. Then you take them training wheels off. And now, instead of going down the sidewalk with training wheels, now you're going down a hill with no training wheels because you like, woo-hoo! And if anybody on this call, and I'm talking about my 3 guys, Quentin, Ronald, or Keith, tell me you ain't went down a hill on a bicycle with no training wheels. I guarantee you all 4 of us have. I know I have.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same thing. Once you know what you got going on, you just have to know the rules, right? You can't be going down the hill full speed past an intersection where you can get smashed by a car. Right? Can't do that. Right? Those indicators are there as training wheels. And then once you know, it becomes an intuitive thing for you. These are all things I'm trying to teach. Because I've come to the realization about something. The reason why I've been so successful in life is because I have a skill. It ain't because of the stochastics or the moving averages. It's because I have a skill. So I'm trying to teach you the skill. This is why I say it doesn't happen overnight. This is why I say I'm going to send you screenshots. This is why I say you need to do screenshots. This is why I say, hey, we need to get in here and go live with real money so that you can feel the emotions. Because guess what? You know how easy it is to hold a trade when you ain't got no emotion attached to it? You find out whether or not you got watch this. Everybody on this call can identify what I'm talking about, including Ronald Jones, even though he's not our frat brother. But watch this. When you're trading with real money, we don't know if you got ice in your veins if you can just trade like it's paper trading. If you can't do that, you ain't got ice in your veins. Your veins still kind of warm. So I mean, I'm just being honest, right? This is where my value comes in at is because again, I am trying to teach you a skill. Because once you know how to do this, now you can literally do exactly what my book says. You can have limitless cash flow because you know exactly what you're doing. Point blank, period. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that said, again, I'm gonna ask if there are any more questions from anybody. Is everybody on YouTube, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do I got a question. I guess for the more so for people that that may be interested in doing this. Like I had somebody say, I just want to see what you got to say about it.
okay.
Um, I had somebody, telling me that they've never traded before, but they kept saying like, oh, it's basically like gambling, and I was explaining to them like, no, this like what we're doing is not gambling. So what would you say to people that look at the market and may possibly be interested, but they believe that it's gambling, or that they may believe that it's gambling?
All right. I'm glad you brought that up because my own father says you the best. He'll say this all the time. You the best gambler I ever seen, man. You've been doing this for how long? And da, da, da. It's
Yeah,
not. So here's my answer that I even say to my father, Dad, I'm looking for gambling is I'm taking, I don't know exactly what my outcome is going to be over the long term because you have zero control over that. Gambling is something that you have zero control over, right?
right,
Because the outcome is not derived by you, right or wrong.
correct.
When you gamble, the outcome is the let's do this
It's
because
chance.
I like to do stuff real, and I don't like to do something and make it seem like, oh, this is Will's way of doing things. No, 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 no. I do everything. I try to do everything where anybody can see. Gambling, play games of chance for money. Bet. Two, take risky action in the hope of a desired result. When I can define what my risk is, and I have a high probability that the outcome that I want is there, and over time that outcome proves to be true, at that point it's not gambling.
Right, right. I was just going to add to that. You're exactly right. In the simplest term, gambling is chance, trading is probability.
Point blank, period. Now, watch this. You know your best gamblers in the world? I'm going to show you something. They only take a chance when they have a higher probability of winning than they do losing.
Yeah, yeah.
Because have you ever seen I know some people I know some people personally like this. They hardly ever lose at poker or blackjack or the roulette table is something different. But I'm talking about cards more so than anything. Well, when you put probability in your favor, it's no longer gambling. Because if that's the case, getting in your car driving over here is gambling.
Yeah,
But if you put your seatbelt on, you follow a set of rules, right?
mm-hmm.
And you pay attention to what you're doing, you have a higher probability of getting here than you not. Tell me I'm
That's
wrong.
good. That's a good illustration.
Yeah, exactly. So now you're no longer gambling, but if you
You
just
know,
get
gambling. Gambling is getting in your car doing 85 miles an hour on a 35-mile-per-hour zone around the curve with no seatbelt on, with your foot hanging out the window like you all at.
yeah,
That's gambling. But I changed the narrative of what that looks like based on what parameters I put on myself to ensure that my probability goes up.
yes.
man. So anyway, but y'all don't understand, man. I can get on this thing. I could talk for hours about this because I have made millions. I have lost millions. I have trained people that are worth 30, 40, $50 million. I have been trained by a guy that was worth $250 million when he died. So when I tell you I got stories galore, I have stories galore. I've told at least two of you on this call about the Iceland model show. And I'm leaving out one of the adjectives because we're on YouTube. So all I'm saying to you is you have to be able to understand what you're doing and why. Here's something that people get mad at me about saying. Keith, this is no reflection on you because you're an educator. People who can't do, teach. People who can do, do. That's why I say I'm not a teacher to anybody. I just show you what I do, and you can follow along. And here are the rules. You cannot make the rules so rigid that you can't trade. And you can say,
I think you muted everybody.
my bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can y'all see my charts?
Yep.
All right. So let me show you something.
They're not flush. Well, now they are.
No, I'm not. I don't want to flush. I want to show you something. I want to show you. You see the setup I'm talking about, the rigid setup I'm talking about? This is the rigid setup that I'm talking about. Hold on a second. This is the rigid part. We got into the trade over. What did we get into this trade? Okay, hold on a second. I've got to find it here. Give me a second. All right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. We got into the trade right here. Right? So everything's green and the setup is good, right? I never said the setup I take is 100%. So let's just say you got out like Quentin did. Then all you do is you wait for everything else to line back up again. And guess what? When it lined up right here, it didn't give you a market structure. So you don't have anything there. Didn't give you a market structure all the way up. So there's nothing you can do. It didn't give you a market structure all the way up. So there's nothing you can do on that time frame. But this is the part that I try to get everybody to understand. Nobody pays attention to this. You don't have to stay on these time frames. We can go up, down. We can go down to the 100. I don't want to go down to the 100, but you can go up and down to find a trade that you want to see because the setup works no matter what time frame you're looking at. I'll repeat that. The setup works no matter what time frame you're looking at. So keep that in mind. Are there any other questions?
I was looking at the and I mean I'm really just asking now, just I guess trying to give myself a better gauge at what's going on in the market. I was looking on the 2700, so in between 1138 and about 1152, the market dropped down. I think that's maybe like 30 points. And then I seen it had a little pullback around 1153, and I was thinking what maybe if it broke the low of that pullback, would that have been another chance to enter back in, or that wouldn't have been anything right there?
And when you say the lower that pullback on what chart?
It on the 2700. So you see that big drop it had?
Right.
It had that little green bar pullback right there.
Right.
And I was saying like if if it would have broke if the next bar would have broke the low of that one, would that have been another chance to get in or no?
When you say broke the low of that one, I'm making you define all this so I can understand exactly what you're saying. When you say that one, you're talking about the bar that's forming now?
The green bar that already formed, like, so if we would have had another bar, yeah, so say if the bar that's forming now, if it broke the low of that previous green bar.
Right. That's a reversal to go down. That is correct. That is absolutely right. Because now price should now go down. Right. The only thing about that is your risk is, let's just tell you, if it breaks below here, you're going to get in at best 1950. Your stop is 31. So you have like 12, 13 points of risk. Right.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to be able to monitor that. And if it's not working, you have to be able to have enough gumption to be like, you know what, it's not working. I'm just going to get out and take what I can. You don't know when the market's going to take off and when it's not. Mm-hmm. You don't know that. But what you do know is what your risk is, right?
Yes.
So you can say, well, this thing went 10 points and it's in an uptrend on my larger time frame and it's not right on my larger time frame. I'm just going to take a little bit and get up out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that. I don't suggest you trade out. And the reason I gave you these parameters is to keep you safe. Like, watch this. Gave you an entry at 1950. So now you be in the 1950 with a stop of 32.50. Let's just say 32.50, which is 13 points of risk. So now it's got to go from 1950 to 506.50. Right? So if it goes 650, that's 1-to-1. But if it goes 1-to-1, so now you'd be entering in another contract. So now you in at 1950, you in another one at 1675. Right? And I'd be waiting. And if it gets down to it gets down to my 650 before I'm able to get out of this trade, I'm gonna be out of everything. Now you just made money on the trade. See, she's going down here, right? She went down to your 650. I'd be out of everything. Could you take that trade? Yes. Because you have trend and momentum in your favor. But you have trend and momentum in your favor on the 2700. So the actual entry on this chart, right? Let me just show you what I'm talking about. The actual entry on this chart comes from your ABC pattern here. But it's still counter trend to your overall market. However, you do have a lower high. Everything is just not lined up. You don't have trend and momentum on multiple time frames going in your favor. The system is set up where you have trend and momentum going in your favor on everything, not just one thing. That doesn't mean there aren't other trades. It just means those trades have a higher probability for you to make money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they have a higher probability for you to make money without getting punched around in consolidation.
Yeah, and I guess I was kind of looking too, like how the trend is almost down on the 8100. So I was kind of looking at it like, this that might be that moment to catch it, like right before everything switches over.
Well, I'm gonna tell you again, that's good and bad. Because you see what they're doing right here? This could be nothing more than an ABC pattern with a 1-bar pullback both ways. Because this is an ABC pattern to go back up on the 8100.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
You have to pay it. See, that's what I'm trying to get y'all to see. You cannot just look at one chart. You got to start at that largest time frame and see exactly what's going on and why.
So point out the ABC pattern on the 8100.
I'm gonna draw it for you.
Okay.
A, B, potentially C. Potentially. Okay. Because a 1-bar pullback is a pullback nonetheless. Yeah. And this is why I told you I ought to be getting out of my 1-to-1 once they hit that that's 6 something anyway, because once it does this right here, you don't know if this thing is going to, if that's the seed part of that move. You don't know that for sure. You have a good idea, but you don't know that for absolute certain. So that's that, guys. Man, give me a second. I need to get something to drink. I'm parched from talking so much.
All right.
All right, give me a second. I'm sorry, Quinn, go ahead and cue up the book, please.
Yeah, man, we can do that.
One's own mind produces faith. And every outgoing wave, also faith is born of gratitude. The grateful mind continually expects good things, and expectation becomes faith. The reaction of gratitude upon one's own mind produces faith. And every outgoing wave of grateful thanksgiving increases faith. He or she who has no feeling of gratitude cannot long retain a living faith. And without a living faith, you cannot get rich by the creative method, as we shall see in the following chapters. It is necessary then to cultivate the habit of being grateful for every good thing that comes to you and to give thanks continuously. And because all things have contributed to your advancement, you should include all things in your gratitude. Do not waste time thinking or talking about the shortcomings or wrong actions of plutocrats or trust magnates. Their organization of the world has made your opportunity. All you get really comes to you because of them. Do not rage against corrupt politicians. If it were not for politicians, we should fall into anarchy, and your opportunity would be greatly lessened. God has worked a long time and very patiently to bring us up to where we are in industry and government, and he is going right on with his work. There is not the least doubt that he will do away with plutocrats, trust magnates, captains of industry, and politicians as soon as they can be spared. But in the meantime, behold, they are all very good. Remember that they are all helping to arrange the lines of transmission along which your riches will come to you, and be grateful to them all. This will bring you into harmonious relations with the good in everything, and the good in everything will move toward you. Chapter 8, Thinking in a Certain Way. Listen again to chapter 6 and the story of the man who formed a mental image of his house, and you'll get a fair idea of the initial step toward getting rich. You must form a clear and definite mental picture of what you want. You cannot transmit an idea unless you have it yourself. You must have it before you can give it. And many people fail to impress thinking substance because they have themselves only a vague and misty concept of the things they want to do, to have, or to become. It is not enough that you should have a general desire for wealth to do good with. Everybody has that desire. It is not enough that you should have a wish to travel, see things, live more, etc. Everyone has these desires. If you were going to send a wireless message to a friend, you would not send the letters of the alphabet in their order and let him construct the message for himself, nor would you take words at random from the dictionary. You would send a coherent sentence, one which meant something. When you try to impress your wants upon substance, remember that it must be done by a coherent statement. You must know what you want and be definite. You can never get rich or start the creative power into action by sending out unformed longings and vague desires. Go over your desires just as the man I have described went over his house. See just what you want and get a clear mental picture of it as you wish it to look when you get it. That clear mental image you must have continually in mind, as the sailor has in mind the port to which he is sailing the ship. You must keep your face toward it all the time. You must no more lose sight of it than the steersman loses sight of the compass. It is not necessary to take exercises in concentration, nor to set apart special times for prayer and affirmation, nor to go into the silence, nor to do occult stunts of any kind. These things are well enough, but all you need is to know what you want and to want it badly enough so that it will stay in your thoughts. Spend as much of your leisure time as you can in contemplating your picture. But no one needs to take exercises to concentrate his mind on a thing which he really wants. It is the things you do not really care about which require effort to fix your attention upon them. And unless you really want to get rich, so that the desire is strong enough to hold your thoughts directed to the purpose, as the magnetic pole holds the needle of the compass, it will hardly be worthwhile for you to try to carry out the instructions given in this book. The methods herein set forth are for people whose desire for riches is strong enough to overcome mental laziness and the love of ease and to make them work. The more clear and definite you make your picture then, the more you dwell upon it, bringing out all its delightful details, the stronger your desire will be, and the stronger your desire, the easier it will be to hold your mind fixed upon the picture of what you want. Something more is necessary, however, than merely to see the picture clearly. If that's all you do, you are only a dreamer, and you will have little or no power for accomplishment. Behind your clear vision must be the purpose to realize it, to bring it out in tangible expression. And behind this purpose must be an invincible and unwavering faith that the thing is already yours, that it is at hand, and you have only to take possession of it. Live in the new house mentally until it takes form around you physically. In the mental realm, enter at once into full enjoyment of the things you want. Whatsoever things ye ask for when you pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them, said Jesus. See the things you want as if they were actually around you all the time. See yourself as owning and using them. Make use of them in imagination just as you will use them when they're your tangible possessions. Dwell upon your mental picture until it is clear and distinct, and then take the mental attitude of ownership toward everything in that picture. Take possession of it in mind, in the full faith that it is actually yours. Hold to this mental ownership. Do not waver for an instant in the faith that it is real. And remember what was said in the preceding chapter about gratitude. Be as thankful for it all the time as you expect to be when it is taken form. The man or woman who can sincerely thank God for all the things which as yet he or she owns only in imagination has real faith. He or she will get rich. He or she will cause the creation of whatsoever he or she wants. You do not need to pray repeatedly for things you want. It is not necessary to tell God about it every day. Use not vain repetitions, as the heathen do, said Jesus to his pupils, for your Father knoweth that you have need of these things before you ask him. Your part is to intelligently formulate your desire for the things which make a larger life, and to get these desires arranged into a coherent whole, and then to impress the whole desire upon the formless substance, which has the power and the will to bring you what you want. You do not make this impression by repeating strings of words. You make it by holding the vision with unshakable purpose to attain it, and with steadfast faith that you do attain it. The answer to prayer is not according to your faith while you were talking, but according to your faith while you were working. You cannot impress the mind of God by having a special Sabbath day set apart to tell him what you want and then forgetting him during the rest of the week. You cannot impress him by having special hours to go into your closet and pray, if you then dismiss the matter from your mind until the hour of prayer comes again. Oral prayer is well enough and has its effect, especially upon yourself, in clarifying your vision and strengthening your faith. But it is not your oral petitions which get you what you want. In order to get rich, you do not need a sweet hour of prayer. You need to pray without ceasing. And by prayer, I mean holding steadily to your vision with the purpose to cause his creation into solid form, and the faith that you are doing so. Believe that you receive them. The whole matter turns on receiving once you have clearly formed your vision. When you have it formed, it is well to make an oral statement addressing the Supreme in reverent prayer. And from that moment, you must, in mind, receive what you ask for. Live in the new house. Wear the fine clothes, ride in the automobile, go on the journey, and confidently plan for greater journeys. Think and speak of all the things you have asked for in terms of actual present ownership. Imagine an environment and a financial condition exactly as you want them, and live all the time in that imaginary environment and financial condition. Mind, however, that you do not do this as a mere dreamer in Castleville. Hold to the faith that the imaginary is being realized, and to the purpose to realize it. Remember that it is faith and purpose in the use of the imagination which make the difference between the scientist and the dreamer. And having learned this fact, it is here that you must learn the proper use of the will. Chapter 9, how to use the will. To set about getting rich in a scientific way, you do not try to apply your willpower to anything outside yourself. You have no right to do so anyway. It is wrong to apply your will to other men and women in order to get them to do what you wish done. It is as flagrantly wrong to coerce people by mental power as it is to coerce them by physical power. If compelling people by physical force to do things for you reduces them to slavery, compelling them by mental means accomplishes exactly the same thing. The only difference is in the methods. If taking things from people by physical force is robbery, then taking things by mental force is robbery also. There's no difference in principle. You have no right to use your willpower upon another person, even for his own good, for you do not know what is for his own good. The science of getting rich does not require you to apply power or force to any other person in any way whatsoever. There is not the slightest necessity for doing so. Indeed, any attempt to use your will upon others will only tend to defeat your purpose. You do not need to apply your will to things in order to compel them to come to you. That would simply be trying to coerce God and would be foolish and useless as well as irreverent. You do not have to compel God to give you good things any more than you have to use your willpower to make the sun rise. You do not have to use your willpower to conquer an unfriendly deity or to make stubborn and rebellious forces do your bidding. Substance is friendly to you and is more anxious to give you what you want than you are to get it. To get rich, you need only to use your willpower upon yourself. When you know what to think and do, then you must use your will to compel yourself to think and do the right things. That is the legitimate use of the will. In getting what you want, to use it, holding yourself to the right course. Use your will to keep yourself thinking and acting in a certain way. Do not try to project your will or your thoughts or your mind out into space to act on things or people. Keep your mind at home. It can accomplish more there than elsewhere. Use your mind to form a mental image of what you want and to hold that vision with faith and purpose, and use your will to keep your mind working in the right way. The more steady and continuous your faith and purpose, the more rapidly you'll get rich, because you will make only positive impressions upon substance, and you will not neutralize or offset them by negative impressions. The picture of your desires held with faith and purpose is taken up by the formless and permeates it to great distances throughout the universe, for all I know. As this impression spreads, all things are set moving towards its realization. Every living thing, every inanimate thing, and the things yet uncreated are stirred toward bringing into being that which you want. All force begins to be exerted in that direction. All things begin to move toward you. The minds of people everywhere are influenced toward doing the things necessary to the fulfilling of your desires, and they work for you unconsciously. But you can check all this by starting a negative impression in the formless substance. Doubt or unbelief is as certain to start a movement away from you as faith and purpose are to start one toward you. It is by not understanding this that most people who try to make use of mental science in getting rich make their failure. Every hour and moment you spend in giving heed to doubts and fears, every hour you spend in worry, every hour in which your soul is possessed by unbelief, sends a current away from you in the whole domain of intelligent substance. All the promises are unto them that believe, and unto them only. Notice how insistent Jesus was upon this point of belief, and now you know the reason why. Since belief is all important, it behooves you to guard your thoughts, and as your beliefs will be shaped to a very great extent by the things you observe and think about, it is important that you should command your attention. And here the will comes into use, for it is by...
If that bar after 4,700 contract closes below the bar next to it, we probably have an opportunity for some setups going trending down on the 8,100. Anybody there?
Yes, you're right. I was stuck in my face, man. Yeah,
That looks like a
if this bar closes down, you're right. And then you just gotta wait for everything to cycle and give it to you the way you need to see it.
okay.
But you're all right.
I've got about 4,100, so I'm gonna step away for a quick sec. Be right back.
Okay, before you go, turn it back. Can you turn the cue back
Oh yeah.
up?
Will that you determine upon what things your attention shall be fixed. If you want to become rich, you must not make a study of poverty. You cannot retain a true and clear vision of wealth if you're constantly turning your attention to opposing pictures, whether they be external or imaginary. Do not tell of your past troubles of a financial nature if you have had them. Do not think of them at all. Do not tell of the poverty of your parents or the hardships of your early life. To do any of these things is to mentally class yourself with the poor for the time being, and it will certainly check the movement of things in your direction. Let the dead bury their dead, as Jesus said. Put poverty and all things that pertain to poverty completely behind you. You have accepted a certain theory of the universe as being correct, and are resting all your hopes of happiness on its being correct. And what can you gain by giving heed to conflicting theories? Do not read religious books which tell you that the world is soon coming to an end. And do not read the writings of muckrakers and pessimistic philosophers who tell you that it's going to the devil. The world is not going to the devil, it is going to God. It is wonderful becoming. True, there may be a good many things in existing conditions which are disagreeable. But what is the use of studying them when they are certainly passing away, and when the study of them only tends to check their passing and keep them with us? Why give time and attention to things which are being removed by evolutionary growth when you can hasten their removal only by promoting the evolutionary growth as far as your part of it goes? Think of the riches the world is coming into instead of the poverty it is growing out of. And bear in mind that the only way in which you can assist the world in growing rich is by growing rich yourself through the creative method, not the competitive one. On the competitive plane, the struggle to get rich is a godless scramble for power over other humans. But when we come into the creative mind, all this is changed. All that is possible in the way of greatness and soul unfoldment, of service and lofty endeavor, comes by the way of getting rich, and all is made possible by the use of things. If you lack for physical health, you will find that the attainment of it is conditional on your getting rich. Only those who are emancipated from financial worry, or who have the means to live a carefree existence and follow hygienic practices, can have and retain health. Moral and spiritual greatness is possible only to those who are above the competitive battle for existence, and only those who are becoming rich on the plane of creative thought are free from the degrading influences of competition. If your heart is set on domestic happiness, remember that love flourishes best when there is refinement, a high level of thought, and freedom from corrupting influences, and these are to be found only where riches are attained by the exercise of creative thought without strife or rivalry. You can aim at nothing so great or noble, I repeat, as to become rich, and you must fix your attention upon your mental picture of riches to the exclusion of all that may tend to dim or obscure the vision. You must learn to see the underlying truth in all things. You must see beneath all seemingly wrong conditions the great one life ever moving forward toward fuller expression and more complete happiness. Listen to this book often. Keep it with you. Commit it to memory. And do not think about other systems and theories. If you do, you'll begin to have doubts and to be uncertain and wavering in your thought, and then you'll begin to make failures. Now this and the preceding chapters have brought us to the following statement of basic facts. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. We can form things in our thoughts, and by impressing our thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing we think about to be created. In order to do this, we must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. We must form a clear mental picture of the things we want, and hold this picture in our thoughts with a fixed purpose to get what we want, and the unwavering faith that we do get what we want, closing our minds against all that may tend to shake our purpose, dim our vision, or quench our faith. And in addition to all this, we shall now see that we must live and act in a certain way. Chapter 10, Acting in a Certain Way. Thought is the creative power, or the impelling force which causes the creative power to act. Thinking in a certain way will bring riches to you, but you must not rely upon thought alone, paying no attention to personal action. That is the rock upon which many otherwise scientific metaphysical thinkers meet shipwreck, the failure to connect thought with personal action.
All right.
We have not yet reached the stage of development, even supposing such a stage to be possible, in which man can create directly.
While it didn't close below that previous bar, there still is there's still time for it to do that. I'm looking at that next bar forming now. That's what's giving it pause, but it still didn't close below it. And I was looking up in my notes. That bar is called a doji candle.
Yeah, but I'm gonna sit up here and tell you, you got an ABC pattern forming here, so you got to be very careful of that, right? You got to be very careful that this thing doesn't, because I'm sitting here telling you right now, the price goes above 25.50, it's going to be a long, and let me show you why I say that. I'm going up and down in time frames. Let me show you what the 24,300 looks like. Because you don't have anything anyway, because you don't have the confirmation with the 2,700 curling over just yet. It's trying to right here.
Right.
But you do have, it's tough. It could come down some, but I don't think it's going to break this low. So let me tell you why. Because I have divergence, and then I have a confirmed to be with the retest is going to give me a higher low on my larger time frame. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. Like I can't tell you what's going to happen except for the fact that what I see that you have an ABC pattern on your 8,100. I see that you have a higher low potentially forming on the 24,000 chart. And if I go back to my 8,100 volume chart, then this here can really be the end of the ABC pattern to go back up, because if you notice, these bars going down have gotten shorter and shorter and less and less
voluminous.
It's going down with little. It's another thing, it's going down with little volume because it's taking a longer time for these bars to form. It's just a lot of stuff going on right here that you don't want to be a part of until you have a clear and concise direction.
I got
you. Everything is down, but you still don't have confirmation of the charts that we look at to take a trade.
That's true.
we just literally just sit up here and wait. In my opinion, it's just an opinion because we don't know exactly what it's going to do. But in my opinion, if it gets above 25.50 and closes below 0150, one of those two, I think that'll give you the telltale sign of which way it's going.
All right. Start the book back.
One before you go back, let me show you something. Look straight across. I haven't talked about this in a while, but I can talk about it now because it's going to become relevant again. You see, this area is an area of equilibrium. If you draw that horizontal line right there,
I see it.
Because it's hit that price a lot. If you just look straight across, it's hit that price a lot. So we don't know if this is a turning point or she's going to break through here and keep going down. Does that make sense?
It does.
So that is why. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
So that's why it's consolidating in that area.
That's it. Watch this. Look at you, boy. I hear you. That's exactly why it's consolidating in that area, right about here, right in this area. Now continue to go down here. So we'll have to see. This is the area right here. So I'll do that there. Hold on. Let me pull her back. So we have to wait and see if she's going to get below and close below that 0150, or if she's going to try to push up. And this is why you don't play up in this area right here. You get yourself hurt.
Get your feelings hurt.
Because she's going up and down here. And I deliberately am letting this YouTube channel go all the way to the end of our session today so that you guys can see and hear how I talk to the fellas, how the fellas talk to me, the interactions that we have. Because I think it's important for you to see that in the event that you want to be a part of something that teaches you a skill. I am not like most, I ain't saying everybody on YouTube, but I am not like most people on YouTube, everybody. I am here as a way to show you how to develop a skill of trading. I don't have a product to sell you. I don't have algorithm I want to say, you need to purchase. Only any of that. The only thing I will tell you, and I haven't put it out there yet, is I'll offer some coaching to people that want to be coached, but let me just be firmly upfront and direct. That will not be cheap because it is not something that I can do for you from across the world. And when I say across the world, I'm not saying we can't live in two different spaces, but we will be spending a lot of time together in order to get your mind together. And this is the other thing. You have a certain amount of time to do what you're supposed to do with me, or else we'll see that it doesn't work for us, because a lot of people are not going to want to do the things I'm going to tell them to do in order to be successful. And that's a lot. But if you want to become a successful trader and potentially make millions of dollars, you got to know it's going to take a lot. It's not, this stuff about easy money that you see on the internet. If it was that easy, everybody would be doing it. You wouldn't hear anybody teaching about it. If it was that easy, everybody would be doing it. They wouldn't be teaching it. They'd be doing it. Yes. I'm not a teacher. I'll coach you and show you what to do, but that takes time. And you will have to have a certain kind of makeup in order to prove that you are that kind of person. Not everybody can be a trader, just like not everybody can be a football player, not everybody can be a basketball player, not everybody can be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. I'm not saying that you can't develop into it, which is what the coaching is for. But I'm just saying, waking up out the bed, not everybody has that. And it's something that has to be developed. And you have to be able to be fluid enough and not rigid to the point that it keeps you paralyzed from doing what you need to do. That said, I'm sorry, I got on my soapbox again. I'm getting off my soapbox and putting it away for the day.
No, very good dialogue. Very good dialogue.
Yes. Yes. Very good.
I'll start the recording.
All right, go ahead.
From formless substance, without nature's processes or the work of human hands. Man must not only think, but his personal action must supplement his thought. By thought, you can cause the gold in the hearts of the mountains to be impelled toward you, but it will not mine itself, refine itself, coin itself into double eagles, and come rolling along the road, seeking its way into your pocket. Under the impelling power of the Supreme Spirit, our affairs will be so ordered that someone will be led to mine the gold for you. Other people's business transactions will be so directed that the gold will be brought toward you. And you must so arrange your own business affairs that you may be able to receive it when it comes to you. Your thought makes all things animate and inanimate work to bring you what you want. But your personal activity must be such that you can rightly receive what you want when it reaches you. You are not to take it as charity nor to steal it. You must give everyone more in use value than he or she gives you in cash value. The scientific use of thought consists in forming a clear and distinct mental image of what you want, in holding fast to the purpose to get what you want, and in realizing with grateful faith that you do get what you want. Do not try to project your thought in any mysterious or occult way with the idea of having it go out and do things for you. That is wasted effort and will weaken your power to think with sanity. The action of thought in getting rich is fully explained in the preceding chapters. Your faith and purpose positively impress your vision upon formless substance, which has the same desire for more life that you have, and this vision received from you sets all the creative forces to work in and through their regular channels of action, but directed toward you. It is not your part to guide or supervise the creative process. All you have to do with that is to retain your vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. But you must act in a certain way so that you can appropriate what is yours when it comes to you, so that you can meet the things that you have in your picture and put them in the proper place as they arrive. You can really see the truth of this. When things reach you, they will be in the hands of others who will ask an equivalent for them. And you can only get what is yours by giving the other person what is his or hers. Your pocketbook is not going to be transformed into a Fortunatus purse, which will be always full of money without effort on your part. This is the crucial point in the science of getting rich right here, where thought and personal action must be combined. There are very many people who consciously or unconsciously set the creative forces in action by the strength and persistence of their desires, but who remain poor because they do not provide for the reception of the thing they want when it comes. By thought, the thing you want is brought to you. By action, you receive it. Whatever your action is to be, it is evident that you must act now. You cannot act in the past, and it is essential to the clearness of your mental vision that you dismiss the past from your mind. You cannot act in the future, for the future is not yet here. And you cannot tell how you will want to act in any future contingency until that contingency has arrived. Because you are not in the right business or the right environment now, do not think that you must postpone action until you get into the right business or environment. And do not spend time in the present taking thought as to the best course in possible future emergencies. Have faith in your ability to meet any emergency when it arrives. If you act in the present with your mind on the future, your present action will be with a divided mind and will not be effective. Put your whole mind into present action. Do not give your creative impulse to original substance and then sit down and wait for results. If you do, you'll never get them. Act now. There is never any time but now, and there will never be any time but now. If you are ever to begin to make ready for the reception of what you want, you must begin now. And your action, whatever it is, must most likely be in your present business or employment, and must be upon the persons and things in your present environment. You cannot act where you are not. You cannot act where you have been, and you cannot act where you are going to be. You can only act where you are. Do not bother as to whether yesterday's work was well done or ill done. Do today's work well. Do not try to do tomorrow's work now. There will be plenty of time to do that when you get to it. Do not try by occult or mystical means to act on people or things that are out of your reach. Do not wait for a change of environment before you act. Get a change of environment by action. You can so act upon the environment in which you're in now as to cause yourself to be transferred to a better environment. Hold with faith and purpose the vision of yourself in the better environment, but act upon your present environment with all your heart, with all your strength, and with all your mind. Do not spend any time in daydreaming or castle building. Hold to the one vision of what you want and act now. Do not cast about seeking some new things to do or some strange, unusual, or remarkable action to perform as a first step toward getting rich. It is probable that your actions, at least for some time to come, will be those you have been performing for some time past. But you are to begin now to perform these actions in a certain way, which will surely make you rich. If you are engaged in some business and feel that it is not the right one for you, Don't wait until you get into the right business before you begin to act. Do not feel discouraged or sit down and lament because you're misplaced. No one was ever so misplaced that he or she could not find the right place, and no one ever became so involved in the wrong business, but that he or she could not get into the right business. Hold the vision of yourself in the right business with a purpose to get
We
into
had
it.
a
And the
nice
faith you will
now.
get into it and are getting into it, but acting.
We got a situation here. Got a whole situation here. So we got to wait and see if you get a market structure pullback on the 900 now. You have a market structure. Price closes below that line, go short.
All right. I'm gonna wait till it closes. All right, I'm in at 86. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. So now we're gonna wait and see if this thing drops here. You're in one contract, right?
One contract.
I'm gonna give it a second to see if it pulls here.
Oh, I was on mute. I got in at 88.50. I had got in a little early.
Just got to give it a second here.
Okay.
Close it below that line again, get in another contract.
10-4.
Close below what? 88.50?
That white line. Look at the white line. Close it below that white line again, get another contract. Because everybody should be in a better. I mean, it should be starting to go down if you get that close. It's just hovering.
Yeah.
That's all right. You just wait on it. Gotta give it a shot. It could go up here. Just gotta give it a shot here. All right. Just give it a minute here. Don't jump out yet. Gotta give it a shot, guys.
Yes, sir.
This is why I say you're gonna enter in one contract, because you got to assume this is something for the listening public right now as we're in this trade. You got to assume you're going to be wrong. I'm giving this 860 contracts, one way or the other. Got to give it a shot. It's changing on me. All right, out of that trade now. It wasn't nothing you could do about it. It wasn't nothing you could do about that one.
I'm out, and I did not enter a second one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. But this is what I was telling you. I was telling you it was an ABC pattern to go up. And that's what I mean. But this is what I mean by losing a little bit. Losing a little bit versus getting in all at once. You can't go in full tilt. You don't know if this thing's going to go up from here from this ABC pattern or not. We tried it and it did not work. So we just wait. We just wait. That one was tough. So you got to wait on it. They gave us the trade, but then it's starting to give us the divergence on this bottom here. And it's giving us the pullback on the 2700, which is all right. So we got to chill. Got to chill. Let's see what happens here. Don't do that. It's not going to go. It's going to go up. It's going to go up. So we'll go ahead and you can just queue it back up, Q, because there's nothing going out. Things are going out of our favor.
All right.
All right.
Your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one.
I got to
Your
play that
vision
again.
And the faith that you will get into it and are getting into it, but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one.
I got to play that
Your vision
again.
And the faith that you will get into it and are getting into it, but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better
One more time.
And the faith that you will get into it and are getting into it, but act in your present business. Use your present business as the means of getting a better one, and use your present environment as the means of getting into a better one. Your vision of the right business, if held with faith and purpose, will cause the supreme to move the right business toward you. And your action, if performed in a certain way, will cause you to move toward the business. If you're an employee or wage earner and feel that you must change places in order to get what you want, do not project your thought into space and rely upon it to get you another job. It will probably fail to do so. Hold the vision of yourself in the job you want, while you act with faith and purpose on the job you have, and you will certainly get the job you want. Your vision and faith will set the creative force in motion to bring it toward you, and your action will cause the forces in your own environment to move you toward the place you want. In closing this chapter, we will add another statement to our syllabus. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. We can form things in our thoughts, and by impressing our thoughts upon formless substance, can cause the thing we think about to be created. In order to do this, we must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. We must form a clear mental picture of the things we want, and hold this picture in our thoughts with the fixed purpose to get what we want, and the unwavering faith that we do get what we want, closing our mind to all that may tend to shake our purpose, dim our vision, or quench our faith. That we may receive what we want when it comes, we must act now upon the people and things in our present environment. Chapter 11, Efficient Action. You must use your thought as directed in previous chapters and begin to do what you can do where you are, and you must do all that you can do where you are. You can advance only by being larger than your present place, and no one is larger than his or her present place who leaves undone any of the work pertaining to that place. The world is advanced only by those who more than fill their present places. If no one quite filled his or her present place, you can see that there must be a going backward in everything. Those who do not quite fill their present places are dead weight upon society, government, commerce, and industry. They must be carried along by others at a great expense. The progress of the world is retarded only by those who do not fill the places they are holding. They belong to a former age and a lower stage or plane of life, and their tendency is toward degeneration. No society could advance if everyone was smaller than his or her place. Social evolution is guided by the law of physical and mental evolution. In the animal world, evolution is caused by excessive life. When an organism has more life than can be expressed in the functions of its own plane, it develops the organs of a higher plane, and a new species is originated. There never would have been new species had there not been organisms which more than filled their places. The law is exactly the same for you. Your getting rich depends upon your applying this principle to your own affairs. Every day is either a successful day or a day of failure. And it is the successful days which get you what you want. If every day is a failure, you can never get rich. While if every day is a success, You cannot fail to get rich. If there is something that may be done today and you do not do it, you have failed insofar as that thing is concerned, and the consequences may be more disastrous than you can imagine. You cannot foresee the results of even the most trivial act. You do not know the workings of all the forces that have been set moving in your behalf. Much may be depending on your doing some simple act. It may be the very thing which is to open the door of opportunity to very great possibilities. You can never know all the combinations which supreme intelligence is making for you in the world of things and of human affairs. Your neglect or failure to do some small thing may cause a long delay in getting what you want. Do every day all that can be done that day. There is, however, a limitation or qualification of the above that you must take into account. You are not to overwork nor to rush blindly into your business in the effort to do the greatest possible number of things in the shortest possible time. You are not to try to do tomorrow's work today, nor to do a week's work in a day. It is really not the number of things you do, but the efficiency of each separate action that really counts. Every act is in itself either a success or a failure. Every act is in itself either effective or inefficient. Every inefficient act is a failure. And if you spend your life in doing inefficient acts, your whole life will be a failure. The more things you do, the worse for you if all your acts are inefficient ones. On the other hand, every efficient act is a success in itself. And if every act of your life is an efficient one, your whole life must be a success. The cause of failure is doing too many things in an inefficient manner and not doing enough things in an efficient manner. You will see that it is a self-evident proposition that if you do not do any inefficient acts, and if you do a sufficient number of efficient acts, you will become rich. If now it is possible for you to make each act an efficient one, you see again that the getting of
Yeah, I can hear
riches
you.
is
Let's
to
pause
exact
for a second,
science,
Quentin.
like mathematics. The matter turns then on
I
the
think
question
Quentin
is
might have
whether
stepped
you can
away, so
make
I'm gonna mute
each
him.
separate act a success in itself. And this you can certainly do. You can make.
Can you hear me wrong?
Yes, sir.
So what you say?
All right. So we went short on that one at, let me see. What? Because I ended up getting in on that one a little early.
Oh, that's fine. I ain't tripping on that.
I was trying to, I'm really just trying to make sure I'm documenting it right. And I'm trying to get better at taking screenshots as well.
So you got in a little early because the bar closed right here. The only thing is, I mean, I can see where my mistake, because what I want to do is I want to see this thing turn green first. And it did turn green right here, but it was at the bottom. And you really don't want to take trade. That's why I have the indicators on here to kind of give you an idea. I traded price only on this trade, and it still might go down. But again, this is a ABC pattern to go up on your 8100. So you have to be careful of that. But you have to give it room to work. And that's why I say we'll cascade into the trade if, in fact, it goes in our favor. And that's why I say you have to assume you're wrong on the trade. You have to. You have to assume that you're wrong. So I'm a little disappointed in it, but I'm not.
So I think I got in around 12:47 because I think I got in at like 80. I got in like 88.75, I think.
I mean, and I see what you did because it closed right here. And then, yeah, I think you got in a little sooner than that. But we'll work on it because I noticed over the last couple of days, you haven't seen the actual entry or got in where the actual entry is. And this is what I mean by us getting out soon. I didn't do it today. Because remember I said if it gets above that line, typically it's going to go up.
Yeah.
And you see, it came back down to this line, and I should have been like, "Yeah, that's tough," but it's
Yeah.
okay. I ain't tripping on it. I mean, it's just because it's what you had was. Let me make sure I'm right. Hold on. Yeah, it's right there. What you had was you getting at the bottom of this trade because it moved down so much that everything's at the bottom. So I'm like, I don't know about that one. So we'll just wait. We'll just wait. We'll just wait. As far as you're concerned, as far as you're talking about with the, you're entering, we just have to kind of go offline and kind of see why you're entering because you got in at 88, which was a much better price. No, you're fine. Go ahead. Which was a much better price. But when you cheat it like that, if it doesn't give you the trade, you're gonna be stuck. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'll be stuck. So you don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah, I didn't wait for it to close.
Yeah. And see, when I say close, I mean you can see a red bar below here.
Mm-hmm.
And on that red bar, you see how you can let me do it this way. You see how you can see this bar close below that line. That's what a close is, what that horizontal white line is. The thin
Yeah.
one, not the thick one. See it closed right there, so you can get into that trade. And then it came back to your price here.
So where should the
When she got
what should I have entered it?
right there, that bar on this bar right here, when this bar
The
closed.
red bar.
Yeah. So once that red bar closed, you see it closed below, and then you would have been entering on that trade. But it's
Okay.
okay. It's cool. It's all right. It's just been a tough um it's been a tough market lately because we're in a downtrend and this thing is reversing. We haven't had fluidity during the trading hours here the last few days. When I said fluidity, it's when we first got on Tuesday, we had to update the charts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Tuesday, it didn't give us a trade until, Wednesday, which was yesterday, it didn't give us a trade until the end of the day. Right. Which I knew kind of that might be the case because of the FOMC. And then today, it's just that trade we got into, you didn't get into it. Q made a mistake. He didn't make a mistake on purpose, but he made a mistake. And then that kind of threw stuff off a little bit because he should be up probably for the day. But it's okay. It's just part of it. It's just part of it. So we just wait. That's all. We just wait. Again, I'm trying to hone your skill to develop. I'm trying to hone your learning so you develop a skill. That's what I'm trying to do because you're going to be put on the hot seat and I need you to be able to do this without me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to be able to be like, hey, that's a trade or it's going up and I'm gonna take a shot and see what it looks like. That's why I'm telling you to read those books, listen to those books, go through that process so you will understand what your edge is. That simple. That simple. So I'll go back on mute. I'm gonna see if I can unmute.
Okay.
Quentin, can
All
you
right.
unmute?
I can. And ladies and gentlemen, again, if you have any questions, just email support@theprofitstalker.com. And if you want a copy of the book, Limitless Cash Flow, make sure you put your email address in there. We're going to start the book back again.
Which will make you rich. Every act can be made strong and efficient by holding your vision while you are doing it and putting the whole power of your faith and purpose into it. It is at this point that the people fail who separate mental power from personal action. They use the power of mind in one place at one time and at another time. So their acts are not successful in themselves. Too many of them are inefficient. But if all power goes into every act, no matter how commonplace, every act will be a success in itself. And as in the nature of things, every success opens the way to other successes. Your progress toward what you want and the progress of what you want toward you will become increasingly rapid. Remember that successful action is cumulative in its results. Since the desire for more life is inherent in all things, when a man or woman begins to move toward larger life, more things attach themselves to him or her, and the influence of their desire is multiplied. Do every day all that you can do that day, and do each act in an efficient manner. In saying that, you must hold your vision while you are doing each act, however trivial or commonplace. I do not mean to say that it's necessary at all times to see the vision distinctly to its smallest details. It should be the work of your leisure hours to use your imagination on the details of your vision and to contemplate them until they're firmly fixed upon memory. If you wish speedy results, spend practically all your spare time in this practice. By continuous contemplation, you'll get the picture of what you want, even to the smallest details, so firmly fixed upon your mind and so completely transferred to the mind of formless substance that in your working hours, you need only to mentally refer to the picture to stimulate your faith and purpose and cause your best effort to be put forth. Contemplate your picture in your leisure hours until your consciousness is so full of it that you can grasp it instantly. You will become so enthused with its bright promises that the mere thought of it will call forth the strongest energies of your whole being. Let us repeat again our syllabus, and by slightly changing the closing statements, bring it to the point that we've now reached. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner space of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. We can form things in our thoughts, and by impressing our thought upon formless substance can cause the thing we think about to be created. In order to do this, we must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. We must form a clear mental picture of the things we want and do with faith and purpose all that can be done each day, doing each separate thing in an efficient manner. Chapter 12, Getting into the Right Business. Success in any particular business depends, for one thing, upon your possessing in a well-developed state the faculties required in that business. Without good musical faculty, no one can succeed as a teacher of music. Without well-developed mechanical faculties, no one can achieve great success in any of the mechanical trades. Without tact and the commercial faculties, no one can succeed in mercantile pursuits. But to possess in a well-developed state the faculties required in your particular vocation does not ensure getting rich. There are musicians who have remarkable talent and who yet remain poor. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, and so on who have excellent mechanical ability, but who do not get rich. And there are merchants with good faculties for dealing with others who nevertheless fail. The different faculties are tools. It is essential to have good tools, but it is also essential that the tools should be used in the right way. One man can take a sharp saw, a square, a good plane, and so on, and build a handsome article of furniture. Another man can take the same tools and set to work to duplicate the article, but his production will be a botch. He does not know how to use good tools in a successful way. The various faculties of your mind are the tools with which you must do the work, which is to make you rich. It will be easier for you to succeed if you get into a business for which you are well equipped with mental tools. Generally speaking, you'll do best in that business which will use your strongest faculties, the one for which you are naturally best fitted. But there are limitations to this statement also. No one should regard his vocation as being irrevocably fixed by the tendencies with which he or she was born. You can get rich in any business, for if you have not the right talent for it, you can develop that talent. It merely means that you'll have to make your tools as you go along, instead of confining yourself to the use of those with which you were born. It will be easier for you to succeed in a vocation for which you already have the talents in a well-developed state, but you can succeed in any vocation, for you can develop any rudimentary talent, and there is no talent of which you have not at least the rudiment. You will get rich most easily in point of effort if you do that for which you are best fitted, but you will get rich most satisfactorily if you do that which you want to do. Doing what you want to do is life, and there is no real satisfaction in living if we are compelled to be forever doing something which we do not like to do and can never do what we want to do. And it is certain that you can do what you want to do. The desire to do it is proof that you have within you the power which can do it. Desire is a manifestation of power. The desire to play music is the power which can play music, seeking expression and development. The desire to invent mechanical devices is the mechanical talent, seeking expression and development. Where there is no power, either developed or undeveloped, to do a thing, there is never any desire to do that thing. And where there is strong desire to do a thing, it is certain proof that the power to do it is strong and only requires to be developed and applied in the right way. All things else being equal, it is best to select the business for which you have the best developed talent. But if you have a strong desire to engage in any particular line of work, you should select that work as the ultimate end at which you aim. You can do what you want to do, and it is your right and privilege to follow the business or avocation which will be most congenial and pleasant. You're not obliged to do what you do not like to do, and you should not do it except as a means to bring you to the doing of the thing you want to do. If there are past mistakes whose consequences have placed you in an undesirable business or environment, you may be obliged for some time to do what you do not like to do, but you can make the doing of it pleasant by knowing that it is making possible for you to come to the doing of what you want to do. If you feel that you are not in the right vocation, do not act too hastily in trying to get into another one. The best way generally to change business or environment is by growth. Do not be afraid to make a sudden and radical change if the opportunity is presented, and you feel after careful consideration that it is the right opportunity. But never take a sudden or radical action when you are in doubt as to the wisdom of doing so. There is never any hurry on the creative plane, and there is no lack of opportunity. When you get out of the competitive mind, you will understand that you never need to act hastily. No one else is going to beat you to the thing you want to do. There is enough for all. If one space is taken, another and a better one will be open for you a little further on. There is plenty of time. When you're in doubt, wait. Fall back on the contemplation of your vision and increase your faith and purpose, and by all means, in times of doubt and indecision, cultivate gratitude. A day or two spent in contemplating the vision of what you want and in earnest thanksgiving that you are getting it will bring your mind into such close relationship with the Supreme that you will make no mistake when you do act. There is a mind which knows all there is to know, and you can come into close unity with this mind by faith and the purpose to advance in life if you have deep gratitude. Mistakes come from acting hastily, or from acting in fear or doubt, or in forgetfulness of the right motive, which is more life to all and less to none. As you go on in a certain way, opportunities will come to you in increasing number, and you'll need to be very steady in your faith and purpose, and to keep in close touch with the All Mind by reverent gratitude. Do all that you can do in a perfect manner every day, but do it without haste, worry, or fear. Go as fast as you can, but never hurry. Remember that in the moment you begin to hurry, you cease to be a creator and become a competitor. You drop back upon the old plane again. Whenever you find yourself hurrying, call a halt. Fix your attention on the mental image of the thing you want and begin to give thanks that you are getting it. The exercise of gratitude will never fail to strengthen your faith and renew your purpose. Chapter 13, the impression of increase. Whether you change your vocation or not, Your actions for the present must be those pertaining to the business. You can get into the business you want by making constructive use of the business that you're already established here, by doing your daily work in a certain way. And insofar as your business consists in dealing with others, whether personally or by letter, the key thought of all of your efforts must be to convey to their minds the impression of increase. Increase is what all men and women are seeking. It is the urge of the formless intelligence within them seeking fuller expression. The desire for increase is inherent in all nature. It is the fundamental impulse of the universe. All human activities are based on the desire for increase. People are seeking more food, more clothes, better shelter, more luxury, more beauty, more knowledge, more pleasure, increase in something, more life. Every living thing is under this necessity for continuous advancement. Where increase of life ceases, dissolution and death set in at once. We instinctively know this, and hence we're forever seeking more. This law of perpetual increase is set forth by Jesus in the parable of the talents. Only those who gain more retain any. From him who hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. The normal desire for increased wealth is not an evil or a reprehensible thing. It is simply the desire for more abundant life. It is aspiration. And because it is the deepest instinct of their natures, all men and women are attracted to him or her who can give them more of the means of life. In following the certain way as described in the foregoing pages, you are getting continuous increase for yourself, and you are giving it to all with whom you deal. You are a creative center from which increase is given off to all. Be sure of this and convey assurance of the fact to every man, woman, and child with whom you come in contact, no matter how small the transaction, even if it be only the selling of a stick of candy to a little child. Put into it the thought of increase and make sure that the customer is impressed with the thought. Convey the impression of advancement with everything you do, so that all people shall receive the impression that you are an advancing individual, and that you advance all who deal with you, even to the people whom you meet in a social way without any thought of business, and to whom you do not try to sell anything. Give the thought of increase. You can convey this impression by holding the unshakable faith that you yourself are in the way of increase, and by letting this faith inspire, fill, and permeate every action. Do everything that you do in the firm conviction that you are an advancing personality and that you are giving advancement to everybody. Feel that you are getting rich, and that in so doing you are making others rich and conferring benefits on all. Do not boast or brag of your success or talk about it unnecessarily. True faith is never boastful. Wherever you find a boastful person, you find one who is secretly doubtful and afraid. Simply feel the faith and let it work out in every transaction. Let every act and tone and look express the quiet assurance that you are getting rich, that you are already rich. Words will not be necessary to communicate this feeling to others. They will feel the sense of increase when in your presence and will be attracted to you again. You must so impress others that they will feel that in associating with you, they will get increase for themselves. See that you give them a use value greater than the cash value that you are taking from them. Take an honest pride in doing this and let everybody know it, and you will have no lack of customers. People will go where they are given increase, and the Supreme, which desires increase in all and which knows all, will move toward you, men and women who have never heard of you. Your business will increase rapidly, and you'll be surprised at the unexpected benefits which will come to you. You will be able from day to day to make larger combinations, secure greater advantages, and to go on into a more congenial vocation if you desire to do so. But while you are doing all this, you must never lose sight of your vision of what you want or your faith and purpose to get what you want. Let me give you another word of caution in regard to motives. Beware of the insidious temptation to seek for power over other men and women. Nothing is so pleasant to the unformed or partially developed mind as the exercise of power or dominion over others. The desire to rule for selfish gratification has been the curse of the world. For countless ages, kings and lords have drenched the earth with blood in their battles to extend their dominions. This not to seek more life for all, but to get more power for themselves. Today, the main motive in the business and industrial world is the same. Men marshal their armies of dollars and lay waste the lives and hearts of millions in the same mad scramble for power over them. Commercial kings, like political kings, are inspired by the lust for power. Jesus saw in this desire for mastery the moving impulse of that evil world he sought to overthrow. Read the 23rd chapter of Matthew and see how he pictures the lust of the Pharisees to be called master, to sit in high places, to domineer over others, and to lay burdens on the backs of the less fortunate. And note how he compares this lust for dominion with the brotherly seeking for the common good, to which he calls his disciples. Look out for the temptation to seek for authority, to become a master, to be considered as one who is above the common herd, to impress others by lavish display, and so on. The mind that seeks for mastery over others is the competitive mind, and the competitive mind is not the creative one. In order to master your environment and your destiny, it is not at all necessary that you should rule over your fellow men and women. And indeed, when you fall into the world struggle for the high places, you begin to be conquered by fate and environment, and your getting rich becomes a matter of chance and speculation. Beware of the competitive mind. No better statement of the principle of creative action can be formulated than the favorite declaration of the late Golden Rule Jones of Toledo. What I want for myself, I want for everybody. Chapter 14, The Advancing Individual. What I have said in the last chapter applies as well to the professional and the wage earner as to the individual who is engaged in business. No matter whether you're a physician, a teacher, or a clergyman, if you can give increase in life to others and make them sensible of the fact, they will be attracted to you and you will get rich. The physician who holds the vision of himself as a great and successful healer and who works toward the complete realization of that vision with faith and purpose, as described in the former chapters, will come into such close touch with the source of life that he will be phenomenally successful. Patients will come to him in throngs. No one has a greater opportunity to carry into effect the teaching of this book than the practitioners of medicine. It does not matter to which of the various schools he may belong, for the principle of healing is common to all of them and may be reached by all alike. The advancing individual in medicine who holds to a clear mental image of himself or herself as successful and who obeys the laws of faith, purpose, and gratitude will cure every curable case that he or she undertakes, no matter what remedies he or she may use. In the field of religion, the world cries out for the clergy who can teach as healers the true science of abundant life. Those who master the details of the science of getting rich, together with the allied sciences of being well, of being great, of winning love, and who teach those details from the pulpit, will never lack for a congregation. This is the gospel that the world needs. It will give increase of life, and people will hear it gladly and will give liberal support to the person who brings it to them. What is now needed is a demonstration of the science of life from the pulpit. We want preachers who can not only tell us how, but who in their own persons will show us how. We need the preacher who will himself be healthy, great, and beloved to teach us how to attain these things. And when he comes, he will find a numerous and loyal following. The same is true of the teacher who can inspire the children with the faith and purpose of the advancing life. She will never be out of a job. And any teacher who has this faith and purpose can give it to her pupils. She cannot help giving it to them if it is part of her own life and practice. What is true of the teacher, preacher, and physician is true of the lawyer, dentist, real estate executive, insurance agent, of everybody. The combined mental and personal action that I've described is infallible. It cannot fail. Every man and woman who follows these instructions steadily, perseveringly, and to the letter will get rich. The law of the increase of life is as mathematically certain in its operation as the law of gravitation. Getting rich is an exact science. The wage earner will find this is true of his case as of any others mentioned. Do not feel that you have no chance to get rich because you are working where there is no visible opportunity for advancement, where wages are small and the cost of living high. Form your clear mental vision of what you want and begin to act with faith and purpose. Do all the work you can do every day and do each piece of work in a perfectly successful manner. Put the power of success and the purpose to get rich into everything that you do. But do not do this merely with the idea of currying favor with your employer in the hope that he or those above you will see your good work and advance you. It is not likely that they will do so. People who are merely good workers, filling their place to the very best of their ability and satisfied with that, are valuable to their employer, and it is not to the employer's interest to promote them. They are worth more where they are. To secure advancement, something more is necessary than to be too large for your place. Those who are certain to advance are the ones who are too big for their place and who have a clear concept of what they want to be, who know that they can become what they want to be, and who are determined to be what they want to be. Do not try to more than fill your present place with a view to pleasing your employer. Do it with the idea of advancing yourself. Hold the faith and purpose of increase during work hours, after work hours, and before work hours. Hold it in such a way that every person who comes in contact with you, whether supervisor, fellow workers, or social acquaintances, will feel the power of purpose radiating from you, so that everyone will get the sense of advancement and increase from you. Others will be attracted to you, and if there is no possibility for advancement in your present job, you will very soon see an opportunity to take another job. There is a power which never fails to present opportunity to the advancing individual who is moving in obedience to law. God cannot help helping you if you act in a certain way. He must do so in order to help himself. There is nothing in your circumstances or in the industrial situation that can keep you down. If you cannot get rich working for the Steel Trust, you can get rich on a 10-acre farm. And if you begin to move in a certain way, you will certainly escape from the clutches of the Steel Trust and get onto the farm or wherever else you wish to be. If a few thousand of its employees would enter upon the certain way, the Steel Trust would soon be in a bad plight. It would have to give its work people more opportunity or go out of business. Nobody has to work for a trust. The trust can keep men and women in so-called hopeless conditions only for so long as there are men and women who are too ignorant to know of the science of getting rich or too intellectually slothful to practice it. Begin this way of thinking and acting, and your faith and purpose will make you quick to see any opportunity to better your condition. Such opportunities will speedily come, for the Supreme, working in all and working for you, will bring them before you. Do not wait for an opportunity to be all that you want to be. When an opportunity to be more than you are now is presented, and you feel impelled toward it, take it. It will be the first step toward a greater opportunity. There is no such thing possible in this universe as a lack of opportunities for the individual who is living the advancing life. It is inherent in the constitution of the cosmos that all things should be for you and work together for your good. And you must certainly get rich if you act and think in a certain way. So let wage-earning men and women study this book with great care and enter with confidence upon the course of action it prescribes. It will not fail. Chapter 15, some cautions and concluding observations. Many people will scoff at the idea that there is an exact science of getting rich, holding the impression that the supply of wealth is limited. They will insist that social and governmental institutions must be changed before even any considerable number of people can acquire a competence. But this is not true. It is true that existing governments keep the masses in poverty, but this is because the masses do not think and act in a certain way. If the masses begin to move forward as suggested in this book, neither governments nor industrial systems can check them. All systems must be modified to accommodate the forward movement. If the people have the advancing mind, have the faith that they can become rich, and move forward with a fixed purpose to become rich, nothing can possibly keep them in poverty. Individuals may enter upon the certain way at any time and under any government and make themselves rich, and when any considerable number of under any government, they will cause the system to be so modified as to open the way for others. The more who get rich on the competitive plane, the worse for others. The more who get rich on the creative plane, the better for others. The economic salvation of the masses can only be accomplished by getting a large number of people to practice the scientific method set down in this book and become rich. These will show others the way and inspire them with a desire for real life, with the faith that it can be attained, and with the purpose to attain it. For the present, however, it is enough to know that neither the government under which you live, nor the capitalistic or competitive system of industry can keep you from getting rich. When you enter upon the creative plane of thought, you will rise above all those things and become a citizen of another kingdom. But remember that your thought must be held upon the creative plane. You are never for an instant to be betrayed into regarding the supply as limited or into acting on the moral level of competition. Whenever you do fall into the old ways of thought, correct yourself instantly. For when you are in the competitive mind, you have lost the cooperation of the mind of the whole. Do not spend any time in planning as to how you will meet possible emergencies in the future, except as the necessary policies may affect your actions today. You are concerned with doing today's work in a perfectly successful manner, and not with emergencies which may arise tomorrow. You can attend to them as they come. Do not concern yourself with questions as to how you shall surmount obstacles which may loom upon your business horizon, unless you can see plainly that your course must be altered today in order to avoid them. No matter how tremendous an obstruction may appear at a distance, you will find that if you go on in a certain way, it will disappear as you approach it, or that a way over, through, or around it will appear. No possible combination of circumstances can defeat a man or woman who is proceeding to get rich along strictly scientific lines. No man or woman who obeys the law can fail to get rich any more than one can multiply 2 by 2 and fail to get 4. Give no anxious thought to possible disasters, obstacles, panics, or unfavorable combinations of circumstances. It is time enough to meet such things when they present themselves before you in the immediate present, and you will find that every difficulty carries with it the wherewithal for its overcoming. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Never admit the possibility of failure, or speak in a way that infers failure as a possibility. Never speak of the times as being hard, or of business conditions as being doubtful. Times may be hard and business doubtful for those who are on the competitive plane, but they can never be so for you, because you can create what you want, and you are above fear. When others are having hard times and poor business, you will find your greatest opportunities. Train yourself to think of and to look upon the world as something which is becoming, which is growing, and to regard something evil as being only that which is undeveloped. Always speak in terms of advancement. To do otherwise is to deny your faith, and to deny your faith is to lose it. Never allow yourself to feel disappointed. You may expect to have a certain thing at a certain time and not get it at that time, and this will appear to you like failure. But if you hold to your faith, you will find that the failure is only apparent. Go on in a certain way, and if you do not receive that thing, you will receive something so much better that you will see that the seeming failure was really a great success. A student of this science had set his mind on making a certain business combination, which seemed to him at the time to be very desirable, and he worked for some weeks to bring it about. When the crucial time came, the thing failed in a perfectly inexplicable way. It was as if some unseen influence had been working secretly against him. He was not disappointed. On the contrary, he thanked God that his desire had been overruled and went steadily on with a grateful mind. In a few weeks, an opportunity so much better came his way that he would not have made the first deal on any account, and he saw that a mind which knew more than he knew had prevented him from losing the greater good by entangling himself with the lesser. That is the way every seeming failure will work out for you if you keep your faith, hold to your purpose, have gratitude, and do every day all that can be done that day, doing each separate act in a successful manner. When you make a failure, it is because you have not asked for enough. Keep on, and a larger thing than you were seeking will certainly come to you. Remember this. You will not fail because you lack the necessary talent to do what you wish to do. If you go on as I have directed, you will develop all the talent that is necessary to the doing of your work. It is not within the scope of this book to deal with the science of cultivating talent, but it is as certain and simple as the process of getting rich. However, do not hesitate or waver for fear that when you come to any certain place, you will fail for lack of ability. Keep right on. And when you come to that place, the ability will be furnished to you. The same source of ability which enabled the untaught Lincoln to do the greatest work in government ever accomplished by a single man is open to you. And you may draw upon all the mind there is for wisdom to use in meeting the responsibilities which are laid upon you. Go in full faith. Study this book. Make it your constant companion until you've mastered all the ideas contained in it. You are getting firmly established in this faith. You will do well to give up most recreations and pleasure and to stay away from places where ideas conflicting with these are advanced in lectures or sermons. Do not read pessimistic or conflicting literature or get into arguments upon the matter. Spend most of your leisure time in contemplating your vision and in cultivating gratitude and in reading or listening to books like this that contain all you need to know of the science of getting rich, and you will find all the essentials summed up in the following chapter. Chapter 16, Summary of the Science of Getting Rich. There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which in its original state permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imaged by the thought. We can form things in our thoughts, and by impressing our thoughts upon formless substance, can cause the thing that we think about to be created. In order to do this, we must pass from the competitive to the creative mind. Otherwise, we cannot be in harmony with the formless intelligence, which is always creative and never competitive in spirit. We may come into full harmony with the formless substance by entertaining a lively and sincere gratitude for the blessings it bestows upon us. Gratitude unifies our minds with the intelligence of substance, so that our thoughts are received by the formless. We can remain upon the creative plane only by uniting ourselves with the formless intelligence through a deep and continuous feeling of gratitude. We must form a clear and definite mental image of the things we wish to have, to do, or to become. And we must hold this mental image in our thoughts while being deeply grateful to the Supreme that all our desires are granted to us. Those who wish to get rich must spend our leisure hours in contemplating our vision and in earnest thanksgiving that the reality is being given to us. Too much stress cannot be laid on the importance of frequent contemplation of the mental image, coupled with the unwavering faith and devout gratitude. This is the process by which the impression is given to the formless and the creative forces set in motion. The creative energy works through the established channels of natural growth and of the industrial and social order. All that is included in our mental image will surely be brought to those who follow the instructions given above and whose faith does not waver. What we want will come to us through the ways of established trade and commerce. In order to receive our own, when it shall come to us, we must be active, and this activity can only consist in more than filling our present place. We must keep in mind the purpose to get rich through the realization of our mental image, and we must do every day all that can be done that day, taking care to do each act in a successful manner. We must give to others a use value in excess of the cash value we receive, so that each transaction makes for more life. And we must so hold the advancing thought that the impression of increase will be communicated to all with whom we come in contact. The men and women who practice the foregoing instructions will certainly get rich, and the riches they receive will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of their vision, the clarity of their purpose, the steadiness of their faith, and the depth of their gratitude. This, then, is the science of getting rich, one of the best kept secrets.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. It's 1:46, ladies and gentlemen. We have had two trades. One of them was a trade that was a winner. One of them was a trade that was a loser. And we haven't had anything else to happen today. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and end our session. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. I want to end with this. I am here to provide information that can add value to your life. I am not here to sell you a course. I am not here to sell you a program. I am not here to tell you should do everything that I do. I am only here to impart information so that you might have a more profitable situation than you did before you came upon this channel. With that being said, all blessings. Have a great rest of your week. A happy new year, but more importantly, a prosperous new year.
Don't forget to like, subscribe, and email support@theprofitstalker.com. See y'all next time.
All right. See you later, ladies and gentlemen.